These are the times now, people, okay? These are the times we will all remember. Were you there? What did you do? I think you know that I am there for you. And I do care so very, very, very much. So what do you say? We need to clean this place up? Huh? Because we're counting on you.
Yeah, what? ATL, Harlem World, ATL, Harlem World, ATL, 112, Harlem World, 112, Harlem World, ATL, 112, Harlem World, ATL. Yeah, kids, you don't stop, we won't stop, we don't stop, come on.
Baby, whenever I'm with you, no one else exists but you. 'Cause you're the one for me. Every time that we're apart, you're always in my heart. And there you'll always be. What it is you really do.
Yo, what it do, y'all? What it do? I'm your host with the motherfucking most, Chill motherfucking Murray, live from the spot. Shout out to everybody tuning in, not tuning in. You know how we doing, how we rock. Medusa, you are funny as hell. I was trying not to get on the mic and laugh. You are funny as hell. She said, please don't tell me we breaking that. No, we're not gonna do a break. I'm not gonna do a breakdown on YouTube. I'm not gonna do it on YouTube. I was gonna do a full review on Twitch, but I'm getting mixed reviews on it just as well. What's going on, Benjamin Zek? Only One Zane, New Eyes, Glenn Sutton, Emil Mendez. What's going on, everybody? What's going on? But yes. Please do hit the like button. Please hit the like button on the way in. Hit the subscribe button on the way in if you're new. Know what I mean? But shout out to everybody tuning in. We gonna mainly get into Scientology this evening. I've been promising that for the past 3 weeks now. I got banned for 2 weeks, so I will be doing Scientology this evening. I am going to do a review, like I said, of Kendrick's album, but I'm not going to do it here on the YouTube because of the copyrights with the music. So I'm going to save that for Twitch. I am going to save that part for Twitch. But we are going to get right into Scientology this evening. So, because that's why I titled it "Fool Me Once, Fool Me Twice." You know how the saying goes. So that's pretty much what Scientology is. It's a bunch of fool me once, fool me twice on each level, and you're pretty much Shy, what's going on? And you're pretty much paying your audit, pretty much, as they say, to pretty much level up in the knowledge of Scientology until you reach a certain plateau of money that you've, paid. Some people, are successful with it. There's been a majority that have not, mentally. So Scientology in itself has been one of those talks back in the early day that you didn't really want to say. It was probably pretty much like it's pretty much what the Illuminati, or should I say the Freemasons, kind of used as a collection plate, if you will. So, without further ado, we're going to get into first things. There was something that came across my mind. I should say someone enlightened me on in the chat yesterday. So, let me pull this up real quick. Where's my can't please everybody. Here we go. All right, so Ventura County Fire Department have reported some mountain fires in the Ventura County, right? 19,904 acres destroyed in Ventura County by mountain fire. Still 98% contained, but many people reached about 82% containment after destroying a good amount of homes, though. 240 structures. So firefighting efforts against the massive mountain fire in Southern California's Ventura County continue to make progress, reaching 82% containment a week after it sent thousands fleeing, injuring multiple people, and destroying at least 240 structures. That wildfire sparked the morning of Wednesday, November 6th, ironically the day after the election, exploded to more than 20,000 acres within 2 days. Fueled by powerful Santa Ana winds and extremely low humidity, it started near Balcom Canyon Road and Bradley Road on South Mountain in the Moore Park area. According to the Ventura County Fire Department, it had spread to 1,000 acres within the first hour. Since then, improving weather conditions have helped firefighters get up the wildfire's containment, but what they don't want to tell you right now is how many different homes were looking like this. This is Brandon Francis salvages through what's left of his grandmother's house in Camarillo, California on November 7th. God bless to them and their family. So, while they want to beat around the bush about things, they tried to make it subtle with the 240 structures. I noticed that with the wording. So I said, okay. What happened was, what's going on? Stella Blue, what's going on? They don't want to tell you about what happened with the actual damage of things, I noticed. With the wording, they made it very subtle with just 240 structures, not thousands of people left without homes. I said, why would they do that with the wording? Why would they not create urgency? It would seem to be because human trafficking is literally a thing in Ventura, California for some reason. I repeat, in Ventura, California, it seems to be a thing of human trafficking so much that they have an actual task force. Now, I know from past, as we looked over different areas of around the world that have human trafficking problems, they all have task force assigned to them. Okay, so the goals and objectives of the Ventura County Human Trafficking Task Force are to identify victims of both sex and labor trafficking using victim-centered and culturally responsible approach, proactively investigate and prosecute human trafficking cases at the local, state, and federal level, of course, and address individualized service needs through a comprehensive vetted network of service providers. Now, that part is tricky right there. Because if we're talking about individualized service, right, with a vetted network, as you say, of service providers, now I'm saying to myself, okay, this is how they trick people with CPS. And the trafficking that was going on with the CPS, as Ali Carter pointed out. I said, this is how they trap you. This is how they trap you. Pretty much once you're in the system of being a victim, or you know someone that is a victim, you're within their network. Figured it out. Because, lo and behold, the Church of Scientology in Ventura, where it says all are welcome. All are welcome, huh? I said, wow. What are the odds? What are the odds that the Church of Scientology would be in a place that was known for human trafficking? They didn't get me for that. Princess Sherry, what's going on? They didn't get me. Come and get me. But that's the thing. What are the odds that it would be in the place that was known for that? That the Church of Scientology would be there. And I started asking myself, what are the odds that, these would-be people would be, out of their homes and without a place to go. And they don't necessarily have a shelter to go to, but they have this, which is all are welcome. And correct me if I'm wrong, when people are homeless and people have nowhere to go and they have no shelters, I mean, hell, we're talking about California, where it's literally illegal damn near to be homeless. You'll be killed. So you want to go to a place of refuge and place you'll feel safe, right? And of course, the average person, might not necessarily know. Exactly. Look up what's going on. That's the thing. You might not necessarily know what the Church of Scientology is. So you go there, you do your little audit. Next thing you know, your whole family is there. Next thing you know, another family does the same thing because they had nowhere to go. $150 billion business has survived this many years because it's done right up under your nose. It is done right up under the nose every time. That's how they get you. That is how they get you. So, let's start with okay. Let's start with a breakdown of Scientology. I think I got just the thing. I have so many things that I went through with Scientology, but fuck it. Let's play a clip from Mr. Tom Cruise, who believes in it.
These are the times now, people. Okay? These are the times we will all remember. Were you there? What did you do? I think you know that I am there for you. And I do care so very, very, very much. So what do you say? We need to clean this place up? Huh? Yeah! Okay. Because we're counting on you. Okay? All right? To LRH.
Top story this evening, a Clearwater bar owner claims the Church of Scientology is spying on him. It all started when a friend gave him a VIP tour of a downtown penthouse being built for actor Tom Cruise. Our Melanie Michael is live there tonight. A strange story. Mel, fill us in.
Hey, Jen, good evening to you. The bar owner posted a Facebook Live video of this penthouse, and ever since, he says, things have been weird.
I would have never dreamed in a million years that would happen to me.
Clay Irwin tells us life lately has certainly been strange.
It's been interesting, no doubt about it.
The owner of the Lucky Anchor Irish Bar in downtown Clearwater was thrilled when a contractor buddy asked him if he wanted to check out the penthouse nearby being built by Tom Cruise.
This is Clay reporting live from Tom Cruise condo.
Clay captured the moment on Facebook Live.
We're on the top floor, by the way.
After posting the video, it went viral and it was fast. So was the response, he says, from the Church of Scientology. He tells us they showed up quickly and asked him to remove the video from Facebook.
I guess Mr. Cruz saw it or something along those lines, and he wasn't happy about it. And they asked me to take it down, and I did it right there on the spot.
Clay thought the drama was over, but now he thinks he's being watched. He claims his dog sniffed out a spy camera planted across the street from his home. That's when he got worried and decided to put his house on the market.
I'm still going to be neutral because I have to work here. Right. You know, I got my life savings in his place.
A PR representative from the Church of Scientology tells us this bar owner is out for publicity and that he committed a crime, but the person himself, he says that he did this because he was invited up there and that he did not commit a crime. This was just something he put out on Facebook and shared with people, and that his friend was fired 3 days later. Back to you.
Melanie Michael, live in Clearwater for us. Mel, thank you.
I bet he was. I bet he was fired 3 days later. See, that's the thing. Back then, they kept it so under wraps that literally it was like I said, a little mini little part of the Illuminati. You know what I mean? Freemasonry, if you will. Scientology upsets me. I was reading that earlier about Medusa. Scientology tried to get me just doing an audit. They lured me in by having a cookout, and I was hungry and wanted a hot dog. So glad you didn't go through with that. Glad you did not go through with that. And that's the thing. They lure you in with the audit and try to tell you about your life and how it might be messed up and how the audit will necessarily help you. I was in security and seeing the cookout, so I was curious on my lunch break when they gave me free food and did questions and saved me. Yeah, see? The dark room trying MK Ultra mind control. I got scared. Yeah, see, that machine, we want to get into that earlier because there was a guy that actually infiltrated the spot. We're going to look at that earlier. That same machine that you're talking about, we're going to actually watch somebody that actually pulled that up. That pulled it off and got in there. But like I said, the fact that this stuff was really going on, like this form of pass the collection plate in this pay me and I'll tell you type of scam was going on, I'm like, why were people actually believing this shit? Why are people paying for shit that you can Google? I mean, Google might not have been, of course, back then as lucrative as it is now, and of course as important, or even, as you say, or even available. So I get it. But the library was. Why y'all just didn't go to the library? But I get it. People want to pay for knowledge. Back then, it was much easier for like I think it's Bill Cardone or Dave Cardone, who was actually into Scientology, does the same exact thing with his program. Sells you a $400,000 program, a $400,000 keynote, and he's a billionaire, but he's just selling you the idea of information. That's all he's doing. He's just selling you the idea of information that you can look up yourself. That's the thing. Some people won't actually look up to see if something is actually true or not. But us truth tellers nowadays, in 2024, and people that are awakened, like the people in this audience right here, and these are all of y'all, I'm pretty sure my audience does their due diligences as far as looking up things on their own time. I already know that. So I know none of y'all, especially like Medusa just said, I know none of y'all would be fooled by the whole audit thing just to up your knowledge when you can up your knowledge yourself. And they wanted me to pay $25 for a book that was not for me, see? And then they took my address and phone number off the audit and gang stalked me because they wanted you to pay for that book. They were going to make sure they indoctrinated you. On top of, they wanted to make sure that, you weren't talking to anybody about the things that they were necessarily talking about to you. They were very curious about that. Very curious about that. It's a cult. I'm gonna test it with this one.
What have you done?
What are my crimes? You mean?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry, I haven't overt on that.
What are you afraid of, dude? What are you afraid of?
What are my crimes?
What are you afraid of?
Don't you have a team of
What are
people?
you afraid of? Why are you
What
afraid
am
of
I
Hubbard?
afraid of?
Why are you afraid of Hubbard?
Yeah,
You know
what is your problem? Why are you
don't have
I'm not
permission.
afraid of Hubbard. I'm vastly amused by Hubbard.
You don't have permission to shoot me, okay? Put the camera down.
But you're on the public street,
Put the camera
unfortunately.
down.
Yeah.
You don't have my permission.
You can't face us without a camera? Mark, why don't you put the camera
Nice
down
to
and
be
face
here.
us?
Familiar with that term? I mean, I'm here.
What are you afraid of?
What am I afraid of?
What? You answer my question.
Well, there's plenty to be afraid of. with
Answer my
Scientology,
question.
But I'm here, aren't I?
Why are you afraid of
Answer. You haven't answered my question yet. What are you afraid of?
I'm not afraid.
I think
Don't
you are,
you see
Mark.
me here?
You wouldn't be afraid if you weren't doing what you're doing, Mark. You're doing something. It's proof that you're afraid. You're afraid of the success of Scientology because people are going to find out your crimes. What are they, Mark? Spit them out. Get it off your chest.
You see how intimidating they are?
Scientology, the one and only religion founded by a literal science fiction writer, has been rapidly growing since its birth in the 20th century, and it's not stopping anytime soon. Scientology's success comes from their ability to conform to modern culture, as well as market their religion to anyone. For instance, a Muslim can be a Scientologist, a Christian can be a Scientologist, even a Satanist can be a Scientologist. No one is barred entry from the church's legendary philosophy. They'll have you believe A through Z when it comes to their founder's dogma, but it's all a scam, masked as self-help, acting as a religion. It doesn't take a genius to see that Scientology is one big lie, the last-ditch effort by a desperate man to solidify his name in history. It's been dogpiled by critics and accusers, even labeled as a cult, if not the single greatest deception ever pulled off. But despite all the bad press, celebrity catastrophes, government operations, and shit movies, Scientology manages to collect approximately $500 million annually, all thanks to their capitalist vision and tax-exempt status. They reach millions of people that continue to promote the founder's teachings and practices across the globe. A founder who claimed his divine religion would awaken superhuman abilities deep within the mind, turning individuals from ordinary to extraordinary. A founder who claimed his tools can cure generations. He only asks for one thing, that you sacrifice every dollar you have, course after course, years of devotion to the cause. Then, and only then, will you be a Scientologist, finally gifted with the secrets of not just science and religion, but the late founder's very own buried knowledge of our world and beyond. Most of the information in this video surrounding the founder of Scientology comes from John A. Tack, a former Scientologist turned critic who explains his analysis of the religion in A Piece of the Blue Sky, as well as Russell Miller, the author of Barefaced Messiah, a critic of Scientology who used the Freedom of Information Act to gather enough credible information to challenge Hubbard's tall tales. And lastly, HBO's award-winning documentary, Going Clear. Regardless, to this day, Hubbard is revered as a messianic figure within the Church of Scientology, as it is entirely based upon his written texts and lectures.
Now all we're asking you to do is pick up where he left off.
But I don't know any of this stuff.
We're gonna watch the breakdown of when they actually talked about when South Park took on Scientology. Yo, they went in to the point where Scientology got at them, got at Matt and I forgot the other guy name, Matt and whatchamacallit, him and his brother pretty much. But yeah, there's even a conspiracy about I'm not even gonna say conspiracy. There's even allegedly a connection with Isaac Hayes unaliving in that South Park episode. We'll get into that later though.
Neither did L. Ron when he started. He said he just closed his eyes and wrote down whatever came to mind. You can do the same. Just let it flow.
The success of Scientology hinges on a simple idea. L. Ron Hubbard must be seen as perfect and filled with purpose from the start. Otherwise, all of his writings and teachings are worth nothing. If Hubbard couldn't fool people into believing him, he stood no chance at recruiting new apologists into Scientology. Once the curtain was over their eyes, he would replace it with bars, convincing his followers that he would provide them with paradise. This is coming from the man who once said, "The only way you can control people is to lie to them." And you don't get rich writing science fiction. If you want to get rich, you start a religion.
Now, where we heard that one from? In correlation to what we watched last night. If you want to get rich, make a religion.
There are three wildly differing realities when it comes to dissecting Scientology. Old Scientology, which we will call Hubbard's Truth. New Scientology, which pertains to new leadership and modern rebranding under David Miscavige, and the actual truth, buried by the passage of time and layers of corporate marketing. Hubbard was a creative man. Since Scientology loves to present Hubbard as the Messiah, a part of a master plan since birth, it can easily become exhausting trying to interpret the man he truly was.
Well, Mr. Hubbard, it's obviously something that's very wide-ranging. And if you can't describe it overall, perhaps we can begin at the beginning. How did you get into Scientology? How did it all start?
Well, that is fairly easy.
Lafayette Ronald Hubbard was born on March 13th, 1911 in Tilden, Nebraska, to parents Harry Hubbard, a former Navy sailor, and Ladora Waterbury, a teacher and housewife. As an only child, Elron spent most of his childhood in Montana, after his father bought a homestead in Helena. It's thought to be that Hubbard and his family grew up following the Methodist faith, but noted that his grandfather was a, quote, devout atheist. He may have questioned his religion at a very young age after seeing it questioned by others in his life, which can be seen as a first step towards shaping his own religion.
Exactly, because if you think about it, he was pretty much confused. He didn't necessarily know what to believe with that, having that atheist complex to it. So with that, he said, all right, exactly. I knew I just said, I'm in the wrong business then. A Pisces, of course, that's funny as hell. I'll be for life. What's going on? So he pretty much said, all right, if everybody is just into their own beliefs and everyone pretty much is like a follower to these different beliefs, why don't I just make my own belief system for people to follow? And, you know, I can make a fortune off of it.
Modern Scientologists are conditioned to believe Hubbard was a prodigy, possessing skills such as riding a horse before he could walk, and being able to read and write by the age of 4. Scientology also claims that Hubbard and his family descend from a prestigious bloodline. According to the account published in the Church of Scientology's Ability magazine in 1959, Hubbard, quote, descends from the Count de Loo, who entered England with the Norman invasion and became the founder of the English De Wolf family, which emigrated to America in the 17th century. The Count de Loo title came from Hubbard's ancestor, who, according to the fable, saved the King of France from an attack by a wolf. The king granted him an honorary title, eventually anglicized to De Wolf, the name of Hubbard's maternal grandfather. This story was never substantiated and acts as just another lie.
I bet it does. Tell you, Sinead, what's going on? That's the thing. He knew early. You know what? All I knew to do was just have some slight facts based around slight truth that isn't actually anything at all, and just have people follow it. If I say it consistently enough, people will start to believe this shit is true. It's like playing a song over and over on the radio. If I say it over and over and over, you'll start to say, hey, you know what? Maybe he's telling the truth about something. But back then, of course, you weren't able to actually look up and fact check what he was talking about. You just had to take what he was saying for face value back then, of course.
Told to the masses in order to legitimize or popularize Hubbard and the church. The reality is, Hubbard's life drastically changed as constant travel became the norm for his family. Hubbard's father re-enlisted in the Navy during the onset of World War I, forcing the family to relocate to San Diego and Seattle. It was during this time in which Scientology claims Hubbard began to learn from his father and other military personnel in order to prepare him to join the Navy. Interestingly, the young Hubbard met Joseph Snake Thompson, a U.S. psychoanalyst who disagreed with American psychoanalytic establishments, whose beliefs are eerily similar to Hubbard's later on in life. At the age of 12, Hubbard joined the Boy Scouts, and according to Scientology, actually became the youngest Eagle Scout in the country. Most of Hubbard's early life was dictated by his father, who constantly wanted L. Ron to be educated and poised for a military career. Hubbard was enrolled at Union High School and Queen Anne High School, but never finished his education because his father would move again due to work, this time to Guam. Hubbard and his mother traveled to Guam to visit his father, but had to make stops in the Philippines, Japan, and China. This is where Scientology believes Hubbard gained knowledge beyond imagining, unlocking secrets to the human psyche. In his own personal writings, Hubbard wrote of these visits, stating he had disdain for the indigenous people in the East. He looked down upon their poverty and called them lazy and ignorant, at one point referring to the inhabitants as racial slurs. But Scientology will have its adherents believe Hubbard was tolerant and loving.
You know what's crazy though? They was way smarter than he was. They were still way smarter than he was and way more hardworking than he was. Nappy Image, what's going on? That's the thing about China. They're very militant and disciplined in themselves. I'm telling you right now, we don't want it with the Chinese army. We do not want it with them. We don't want it with the kids over there or nothing. I'm trying to tell you. We want them as an ally. We want to keep China as an ally always. We should be mindful of that at all times. I'm trying to tell you. China is way smarter than what people think.
That he came to this mysterious land for experience and wisdom, where he witnessed wonders beyond scientific explanation. It was during these expeditions where he would draw inspiration for Scientology from Hinduism, Buddhism, and Taoism. Upon his return home in 1927, Hubbard was placed under his grandparents' care as his family tried to push him towards a meaningful education. Later that year, he enrolled at Helena High School. Unfortunately, Hubbard dropped out the following year due to failing grades. So much for being a child prodigy. Scientology acknowledges Hubbard's poor academic scores throughout life by stating he was inclined to a more, quote, philosophical appetite. Hubbard's disappointment continued after failing the Naval Academy entrance examination, for which his father was not all too happy. About a year later, in 1929, Hubbard's father enrolled him in Swavely Preparatory School in Virginia. However, due to myopia, or nearsightedness, Hubbard switched schools again to the Woodward School for Boys, finally settling down in Washington, D.C. He would go on to graduate and enter a formal college education at George Washington University, studying civil engineering. While Scientologists will have you believe he was as smart as Einstein, Hubbard never received a degree from the university. Hubbard's grades included an A in physical education, or gym class, B in English, C in mechanical engineering, D in general chemistry.
Nah, Icon Vonnie. Icon Vonnie, what's going on? Nah, hold on, yo. What? He got a B in English, a D in chemistry, a C in mech. That's mechanical drawings, pretty much. That's just mathematics. He got a C in that. He got an A, of course, in physical education, so he's just a bully. Yeah, lazy as fuck. What the hell's got? He got an F in German. He got a complete F in German. And then, what nigga from Germany? Goddamn. How you gonna fail your own damn country? Anyway, math got F. F. Oh, man. Box of rocks. Goddamn box of rocks.
D in electrical and magnetic physics, F in calculus, F in German, and an F in nuclear physics. But he didn't seem to care about his grades. His interests were held by other endeavors such as writing, flying, and any other extracurricular activities. After joining the University Flying Club and becoming more adventurous, Hubbard began an expedition to the Caribbean. In his own words, he wanted to explore and film the pirate strongholds, the bivouacs of the Spanish Main, in order to collect whatever one collects for exhibits in a museum. The trip was disorganized, and almost immediately, those who joined opted out after an emergency docking in Bermuda. Hubbard carried on and reached the Caribbean. According to Scientology, this trip was a successful adventure, similar to his journey in Asia. But Hubbard himself disproves this claim. As he once stated, the expedition was a complete financial bust. Even the captain of the ship was quoted as saying, "The worst trip I ever made." After the expedition collapsed, multiple members demanded refunds. Ashamed, Hubbard did not return to George Washington University the following year. His father, once again disappointed in his son's mistakes, volunteered him for the Red Cross, in which Hubbard took part in a trip to Puerto Rico. While en route, Hubbard decided to abandon the Red Cross and his father's plans by joining a mineral surveyor in hopes of finding lost gold. Hubbard was using state-of-the-art technology, unheard of at the time, which allowed him to escape his father's demands by masking his digital location. Which is why today's video is sponsored by Surfshark VPN. Surfshark VPN can access an unblocked content library /Philion for $3. But Hubbard was lucky to find a new, enjoyable occupation as a writer. Hubbard had started off writing in college for the student newspaper, but now began a career as a freelancer, a, quote, penny-a-word writer, trying to find his niche by making adventure, intrigue, and Western novels, as well as romances and maybe his most popular, science fiction. The first to publish one of Hubbard's short stories was the pulp magazine Thrilling Adventures in 1934. The next several years proved to be exceptional, as many of Hubbard's stories were published under a variety of different pen names, including René Lafayette, Joe Blitz, and Legionnaire 148. In total, Hubbard would create 324 works of fiction, working under John Campbell, a fellow science fiction writer and editor, in order to earn a meager living. Dead Men Kill, Spy Killer, Cargo of Coffins, Branded Outlaw. Hubbard would publish so many books that he holds the Guinness World Record to this day, as his popularity began to grow.
The Guinness World Record of writing the most fake books. So you literally were paying for knowledge based upon someone that was known for writing nothing but fiction and had zero fact. Zero stingy with the Nero, had no facts in them. 324 in 1 year. Nigga, you ain't see the light of day. You just wrote. You just wrote bullshit by bullshit by bullshit by bullshit by bullshit and just got it off as a hustle. So you learned the art of the hustle of harping on people's imagination early. They say you can't knock the hustle, but damn, just goddamn.
Hubbard encountered a life-changing moment at a routine dental visit that caused him to undergo a near-death experience. This moment is believed to have caused Hubbard's distrust in psychiatric drugs and to reject psychology altogether. This near-death experience also inspired Hubbard to create a manuscript titled The One Commander, or Excalibur. This work was never published and is believed to be an early version of Dianetics. He had truly believed his profound experience and writing thereafter would, quote, revolutionize everything, that anyone who read his work would, quote, either go insane or commit suicide. When speaking publicly on Excalibur, Hubbard told a convention of science fiction fans that the work came to him when he died. He came to a realization while dead, described as a tremendous inspiration or a great message which he must impart to others. He sat at his typewriter for 6 days and nights and nothing came. Then, Excalibur emerged. Hubbard was sure he created a riveting masterpiece and was ready to...
This man took Excalibur and made himself Jesus Christ. I have risen. Dog. How were people believing in this poppycock?
To the public. Instead, the failure of sales led him to become depressed. His luck would only change 20 years later, when Scientology publications would try and sell copies of Excalibur for $1,500 a piece. That's almost $17,000 today. Amid a failing writing career, Hubbard began to look for new paths of success that would increase his wealth and reputation. In the hopes of resurrecting his old adventurous self, Hubbard joined the Explorers Club in 1940. Attaching the Explorers Club flag to his sailboat, Hubbard and his wife set off to Alaska for an Alaskan radio experimental expedition. This adventure was short-lived. Within 2 days of embarking, the ship's engine failed and Hubbard did not have enough money to repair it. Eventually, by writing stories and contributing to the local radio station in Ketchikan, Alaska, Hubbard earned enough money to fix the engine and returned to the mainland US. After returning from yet another fruitless odyssey, Hubbard applied to join the United States Navy, most likely in a bid to satisfy his father. Hubbard began training as an intelligence officer, but while in Australia, a military report concluded Hubbard was, quote, not satisfactory for independent duty assignment. He was not trusted and seen as a liability by the Navy. But World War II was on the horizon, and the United States needed every man they could get. After being relieved of command at a naval shipyard, Hubbard was sent to submarine chaser training in Portland, Oregon. As you could expect, he wasn't much of a submarine officer as well. It is documented that he once engaged in battle with an enemy sub for 68 hours. Upon being called back to the States, it was concluded that no submarines were in the area, and Hubbard had been battling a, quote, known magnetic deposit. I don't know if this is common amongst submarine circles, but 68 hours? Come on. Hubbard was once again relieved of command after firing upon the Coronado Islands, which belonged to Mexico. It was almost as if he wanted to be discharged from the military. The upper echelons of the Navy determined that Hubbard should be strictly assigned, quote, duty on a large vessel where he can be properly supervised. During his remaining time in the military, Hubbard complained about a series of ailments such as malaria, ulcers, and back pain, which, according to his own private writings, were excuses to keep the Navy from punishing him. Hubbard was unable to follow in his father's footsteps, as the Navy had finally had enough of his antics, restricting him to duties ashore within the continental US. In 1946, he was transferred to inactive duty and had to find yet another way to sustain a livelihood. After World War II, Hubbard was a lost man, believing to be a burden on his family and friends. He chose California as a possible new start to life, while abandoning his wife Margaret and 2 children. With a bit of blind luck, he befriended John Parsons, a rocket propulsion researcher and occultist. Yeah, you heard that right. Parsons was a Thelemite, a follower of the infamous Aleister Crowley, and member of the magical order Ordo Templi Orientis. Parsons let Hubbard stay with him in his Pasadena mansion, apparently only allowing a room to people who were atheist or of a bohemian disposition. In a hilarious twist, Hubbard began to be sexually involved with Parsons' 21-year-old girlfriend, Sarah Northrup. What's funnier is Parsons wrote to his mentor Crowley of Hubbard's arrival, stating, "Hubbard is a gentleman. He has red hair, green eyes, is honest and intelligent, and we have become great friends. He moved in with me about 2 months ago, and although Betty and I are still friends, she has transferred her sexual affection to Ron."
Now, can't just blow past all that, right? Because here's the thing. Aleister, who? If y'all not familiar with Aleister Crowley, right? We can't just sidestep the fact that he was into Aleister Crowley. Okay, so real quick, for those who aren't familiar with the teachings of Aleister Crowley, who was, one of the main people that, the Freemasons follow. I'll just say that. Very born to a wealthy family in the royal, limiting spa. The Warwickshire Crowley rejected his parents' fundamentalist Christian Plymouth brethren. Pretty much, he was King Atheist. That's really what I can call him, King Atheist, for the most part. I don't want to get too far off of Scientology, but let me see, the Golden Dawn, 1890. I'm trying to find a little part right here that'll break it down pretty much. I want to find something that'll pretty much just break it down, a quick summary of Aleister Crowley's teachings. Oh, that's what it was. That's what I was trying to think of. So remember, do what thou wilt. My family are Satanists. They go by his teachings, Aleister Crowley. So remember the do what thou wilt. So central philosophy of Thelma is in two phrases from liberal Aleister Crowley. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law, and love is the law, love under will. Crowley urged their use in everyday communications and himself used them to greet people. So pretty much he was Aleister Crowley, I can't talk right now, was a blustery coward, an arrogant, misogynic racist with fascist leanings and callous user, as often threatened by his sexuality, as he claimed to be liberated by it. So pretty much he was bisexual. Jay-Z has referenced the phrase "do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law" from British occultist Aleister Crowley by wearing a hoodie with the phrase in public. Very much so a believer of it. But so many different people in Hollywood are believers of him. See the cult of Crowley here. I said I don't want to get too far off of Scientology, but pretty much look at this symbol right here. And when you look at Scientology symbol, like I said, it doesn't go too far off it. It does not go too far off it as well, especially when you consider this as well. So let's get back into it.
Though he has no formal training in magic, he has an extraordinary amount of experience and understanding in the field. From some of his experiences, I deduced that he is in direct touch with some higher intelligence, possibly his guardian angel. He describes his angel as a beautiful winged woman with red hair, whom he calls the Empress, and who has guided him through his life and saved him many times. He is the most thelemic person I have ever met, and is in complete accord with our own principles. Parsons admired Hubbard and thought of him as having the perfect mind for an occultist. Hubbard became an enthusiastic member of the OTO cult, earning him a spot at the Babylon Working. The Babylon Working was a sexual ritual intended to summon forth the supreme thelemic goddess so that Parsons could impregnate her in order to bring forth the Antichrist. No one knows what Parsons or Hubbard did behind closed doors, but the goddess arrived days later in the form of Marjorie Cameron, an American actress and fellow occultist. The fact that Cameron joined their rites after the ritual convinced Hubbard, Parsons, and Northrop to create a business together, named Allied Enterprises. The trio poured almost all of their savings into the company and had a specific plan to buy yachts in Miami, sail them to the West Coast, and sell them for a profit. However, Hubbard didn't like this idea, and after a short while, changed the plan to visit Central and South America. He wanted to collect writing materials and enjoy a cruise while doing so. Parsons and Crowley decided Hubbard was a trickster, a swindler who was going to backstab them. And they were right. Allied Enterprises was dissolved, and Parsons, who put most of his wealth into the company, only received a meager promissory note. He was forced to sell his mansion to developers in order to recoup his losses. Hubbard had stolen this man's wife, his home, and basically his whole life. After the dust settled, Hubbard married Sarah Northrop, while still technically married to his first wife, and purchased a trailer in Laguna Beach, California, working odd jobs in order to make a living. According to Sarah's personal records, Hubbard was no family man. He was the exact opposite, a brute who continuously lied to her in order to make himself sound better than he really was.
We had this terrible fight, and he told me he was going to commit suicide if I didn't marry him. I really believed him. So we got married. We spent the winter in that lighthouse on the lake in the Poconos. I remember one awful night.
Time out. I can't let you just say that real quick. What's going on, Beer Gang? DJ Beer Gang, what's going on, my brother? I can't let you just get that off. Shorty. How did he pull off the Bobby Womack move? How did he pull off the Bobby? It was I think it was Bobby Womack that did that. The Sam Cooke? Am I wrong? Yeah. Bobby Womack. How did he pull off the Bobby Womack the Bobby Womack move? How the hell he pulled that one off? Man, it's diabolical, ain't he? Yes, this is the man Scientology follows. How he pulled this shit off? Married the daughter while slipping. Man, how you slick bastard.
When I was asleep and he was up typing, and he hit me across the side of the head with a .45 because I was smiling in my sleep, and he said I was thinking about somebody else.
Hubbard began writing science fiction again, selling tons of novels such as Old Doc Methuselah and To the Stars. But Hubbard never really made any money writing science fiction and would repeatedly beg the Veterans Administration to increase his war pension. Though the VA did help Hubbard by eventually increasing his pension, he sought other means of making money. For example, on August 31st, 1948, Hubbard was arrested in San Luis Obispo, California for petty theft. He escaped prison time but had to pay a $25 fine, almost $300 today. He had no money, which brought him back to square one. After destroying Parsons' life and earning a reputation as a scam artist in California, Hubbard and his new wife Sarah moved to Savannah, Georgia in 1948. As an only source of income, Hubbard had to start writing again. But this time, instead of romantic space wars, he began the foundations for what would become Dianetics. Hubbard's articles were not all that interesting enough to gain attention, save from one man, his editor, John Campbell. No, he didn't steal John's wife either, but he did take advantage of John's fascination with parapsychology in order to sell his, quote, research. Campbell must have been more than excited upon hearing about Hubbard's works, because he invited the newlyweds to live in a cottage closer to him in Bay Head, New Jersey. In 1949, delving deeper into the creation of Dianetics, Hubbard came across the greatest legitimizing tool to bring his new pseudoscience into the mainstream world, a doctor, Joseph Augustus Winter. Hubbard, Winter, and Campbell came together to develop Dianetics, which was effectively Hubbard's idea of therapy. Dianetics' main premise was that the brain registers every experience and incident in a person's life, even if they're unconscious.
As you go through life, your mind records everything that happens to you. Every experience you've ever had, from the beginning of your existence until this very moment. These experiences are stored as pictures in your analytical.
This nigga had a commercial. This nigga paid for a commercial. So not only did you pull off the Bobby Womack, you pulled off the Hugh Hefner with the dog, and then paid for a commercial.
Mind. The conscious part of your mind that thinks rationally, remembers, and solves problems.
Traumatic events were specifically stored as engrams in a reactive mind and could be later triggered in life, resulting in mental and physical issues. By performing a technique called auditing, these engrams could be cleared, resulting in an individual with an increased IQ and cured of any physical ailments. This would be known as the clear state.
All religions would seem to have a dogma, a discipline. Now, how disciplined is Scientology?
The discipline is entirely the limitation of the conduct of the auditor. That is to say, an auditor is a practitioner in Scientology. He listens and he computes.
According to Dr. Winter, the Dianetic practice of auditing cured his son's fears of the dark and ghosts. Campbell believed Dianetics to be truly remarkable, that the mind rules the body completely, standing by the fact that physical illnesses such as ulcers, asthma, and arthritis can all be cured. Dianetics would become Hubbard's fastest-selling novel and #1 bestseller, but it didn't go without criticism. In 1950, Winter had a falling out with Hubbard and his pseudoscience, resigning from the HDRF, or the Hubbard Dianetic Research Foundation, declaring, quote, differences between the ideals inherent within the Dianetics hypothesis and the actions of the Foundation. Winter began to see through Hubbard's claims and believed Dianetic techniques could be potentially dangerous if performed incorrectly. Winter also wrote that he never witnessed any individual reach a state of clear, and that Dianetics could in fact lead people to become psychotic. Even after the controversy, Hubbard abandoned any other type of job and turned to fully promoting Dianetics. In the following decade, he would go on to write dozens of books and give thousands of lectures to establish Dianetics research among.
So pretty much the original form of Scientology was called Dianetics. And he pretty much just flipped it into its own little word that pretty much would relate to people psychologically, if you think about it. So by flipping science and putting tology on it, putting your own philosophy on things, he called it Scientology. That's pretty slick if you think about it.
Institutions. Dianetics almost immediately garnered massive success, with 55,000 copies being sold by August of 1950. The public may have loved Dianetics, but the scientific community was not impressed. The American Psychological Association said Dianetics was not supported by any empirical evidence, and Scientific American said Hubbard's scam contained, quote, more promises and less evidence per page.
Now, isn't that some shit? That's damn near just like how we saw. So remember when we watched Angels and Demons last night, and we pretty much broke down how the Vatican was pretty much made by the Illuminati? How the Illuminati pretty much created Christianity and the Catholic Church to pretty much confuse the masses, even though the Vatican was pretty much what drove them down there. This is similar to what happened right here. They're pretty much science. They just said it. The American Psychological Association, as well as scientific information, they pretty much were all against him. So what did he do? He pretty much put them together. He put the names together and pretty much just flipped the script on them and made it Scientology. That's crazy. That is crazy right there.
than any publication since the invention of printing. Science fiction writers who had been friends with Hubbard in the past criticized his new work, calling it gibberish and lunacy. Despite a good amount of backlash, hundreds of thousands of people were eager to pay for Dianetics' expensive programs. According to online sources, Hubbard wasn't shy of taking his own cut, withdrawing lump sums of money from proceeds to pay for his upcoming lavish lifestyle. After all, he deserved it. Hubbard was a driving force behind the Dianetics craze, training, publishing, lecturing, and promoting Dianetics across the states. Of course, Hubbard's charisma wasn't the sole reason for Dianetics' success. As reported by the Los Angeles Times, Sheldon MacArthur, a former manager of B. Dalton Booksellers on Hollywood Boulevard in Los Angeles, said, quote, "Whenever the sales seem to slacken and a Hubbard book goes off the bestsellers list, give it a week and we'll get these people coming in, buying 50 to 100 to 200 copies at a crack, cash only." The Times also describes similar experiences from Gary Hamill, B. Dalton's former manager at Santa Monica Place, who said, quote, 10 people would come in at a time and buy quantities of them, and they would pay cash. He said that while he was working at the B. Dalton in Hollywood, some books shipped by Hubbard's publishing house arrived with B. Dalton price stickers already on them. He said that this indicated to him that the books had been purchased at one of the chain's outlets, then returned to the publishing house, and then shipped out for resale before anyone thought to remove the stickers. Quote, "We would order more books, and they'd come back with our stickers as if they were bought by the publisher. The publisher in question, being Bridge Publications Incorporated, founded and controlled by Scientologists, whose representatives refused to be interviewed about book sales or firm operations. Hubbard had his hands everywhere. He could taste the good life and was one step closer to a literal vault when all credibility was lost. In August of 1950, at the height of Dianetics, Hubbard hosted a presentation before an audience of 6,000 people in Los Angeles. In this presentation, Hubbard unveiled the very first clear Sonia Bianchi. Quote, "In the demonstration that followed, she failed to remember a single formula in physics, the subject in which she was majoring, or the color of Hubbard's tie when his back was turned. At this point, a large part of the audience got up and left. The first true clear wouldn't be declared for more than 15 years by the name of John McMaster. Between then, there was no real structure to Dianetics, and many of whom who were trained by Hubbard ended up splintering off and creating their own pseudosciences or cults. Financial crisis gripped Hubbard's newfound empire. And to make matters worse, Hubbard's second marriage to Sarah ended when he was found having an affair with his 20-year-old assistant. Sarah was 2 steps ahead, romantically seeing a Dianetics auditor, probably taught by Hubbard himself, named Miles Hollister. Hubbard felt so betrayed by this, he contacted the FBI to report Sarah and Miles as communist infiltrators from the Soviet Union. Nothing came of Hubbard's lies except a depraved man hell-bent on getting his wish. He kidnapped his wife and 1-year-old daughter Alexis and took them to California. He tried to have his wife medically evaluated and declared insane, but ultimately failed, leaving Sarah and taking his daughter to Cuba. Sarah had to release a public statement for the safe return of her daughter in 1951. At this point, Hubbard's career was crumbling, and so was his family. He was surprisingly not charged with any crime, giving him the freedom to push Dianetics to its next evolution, Scientology. However, a financial crisis made things difficult, and his dreams were on the brink of collapse. At the hour of its death, Hubbard's religion was saved by Don Purcell, a millionaire businessman who agreed to help by starting another foundation. At the same time, Hubbard was expanding Dianetics. In 1952, Hubbard published a new set of teachings completely separate from Dianetics, which would come to be the philosophical framework for Scientology. Meanwhile, his relationship with Don Purcell was short-lived. After a year together, the two had a falling out over Dianetics and Scientology's future. The two battled in court over the foundation's intellectual property, while Hubbard tried to save any legitimacy by founding Hubbard College, another Hubbard original that didn't last very long. The college was shut down within 6 weeks of its founding, but not before Hubbard married an 18-year-old employee named Mary Sue Whipp. They had 4 children together: Quentin, Diana, Suzette, and Thomas. Hubbard and his wife would then relocate to Phoenix, Arizona, starting the Hubbard Association of Scientologists International, in order to spread his, quote, science of certainty. Science of certainty, or Scientology, is different from Dianetics because the goal is to liberate the mind from the, quote, distorting influence of engrams, whereas Scientology focuses on, quote, the study and handling of the spirit in relation to itself, universes, and other life. Hubbard insisted that humanity was threatened by outside forces caused by engrams from immortal thetans. So it's science fiction. Hubbard was most likely worried he was going to lose the copyright of Dianetics to Purcell, and so created Scientology in its place. There are even reports claiming Hubbard plagiarized the description of thetans with the description of astral projection in occult literature. At least Hubbard was creative enough to add a bit of his own flair, a new device called the E-meter. Allegedly, the E-meter is capable of measuring the strength of small electrical currents passing through an individual's body, who is in the process of being audited. This current is able to pick up on emotional disturbances and detect any stored engrams. This device, piloted by a trained auditor, could cure an individual of dozens of illnesses without physical contact, among other miracles. As Scientology grew slowly, Hubbard proposed opening a chain of spiritual guidance centers, while charging roughly $500 for a 24-hour auditing program. Quote, "We don't want a clinic. We want one in operation, but not in name. Perhaps we could call it a spiritual guidance center, and we could put in nice desks with our
spiritual guidance, blood clot. He charging tuition. He charging somebody's college tuition for bullshit.
Boys in neat blue, with diplomas on the walls, and 1, knock psychotherapy into history, and 2, make enough money to shine up my operating scope, and 3, keep the HAS solvent. It is a problem of practical business. I await your reaction on the religion angle. In my opinion, we couldn't get worse public opinion than we have had or have less customers with what we've got to sell.
You mentioned just now that you discovered for yourself that man was a spirit. Are you here comparing Scientology with a religion, any religion in fact, that also sees man as a spirit?
Well, man has conceived man to be a spirit for many more years than he has conceived man to be an animal.
Scientology businesses became Scientology churches, and some auditors began masquerading as clerics. If they were detained while carrying out their duties,
literally questioning everything that's in the Bible. So that's Scientology is even literally questioning everything that goes against everything that's in the Bible. It goes against all beliefs, pretty much. It makes it its own belief. That's wild. So they've already been trying to tell people within Scientology even, like, yo, them other religions is fake. This is the real one. That's crazy.
Hubbard instructed them to sue for millions of dollars for molesting, quote, a man of God going about his business. A few years later, he urged Scientologists, quote, if attacked on some vulnerable point by anyone, anything, or any organization, always discover or fabricate enough threat against them to make them sue for peace. Never, ever defend. Always, always attack. This philosophy seemed to work for Hubbard because in 1954, he won the rights of Dianetics back from Don Purcell, as well as a major victory in earning a tax exemption status from the IRS. From then on, Scientology became an extremely profitable business for Hubbard. His third wife gave birth to 3 more children, and with Hubbard making so much money, he purchased an 18th century mansion, the St. Hill Manor, which doubled as a Scientologist headquarters. Everything wasn't perfect. Hubbard's insane wealth was suspicious, enough that the IRS withdrew their tax exemption status from their Washington, D.C. headquarters in 1958. After monetary data concluded, Hubbard was unreasonably profiting from supposed nonprofit income. Roughly 10 years later, the IRS did the same to Hubbard's California headquarters, stifling his income on the basis he operated a commercial enterprise rather than religious. The FDA also got in the ring, choosing to not agree with Scientology's medical claims, seizing valuable inventory from the church, including their infamous e-meters. The church was mandated to label all e-meters as a religious artifact, quote, ineffective in the diagnosis or treatment of disease. The only country to ban Scientology outright was Australia. A few states, such as Victoria, banned Scientology altogether, reporting that the process of auditing involved command hypnosis. By this point, Hubbard hated the United States, or in particular, any regulation agency in charge of protecting the public. These institutions were simply small hurdles slowing down Hubbard's proselytization. The FDA, IRS, and FBI could not stop him.
And Scientology itself is not exactly a religion.
Scientology could be called, well, you could call it a religion of religions.
A global community began to grow that could not be ignored. At the turn of the decade, in 1960, Scientology had gained worldwide fame, leading to governments eyeing Scientology as a perceived threat. Hubbard was a radical thinker, believing US agencies and foreign governments had infiltrated Scientology with spies, and so he developed measures to defend his creation. People or groups judged as fair game would be punished and harassed by any means possible. In a letter sent to all Scientologists, Hubbard explained fair game individuals, quote, may be deprived of property or injured by any means by any Scientologist without any discipline of the Scientologists, may be tricked, sued, or lied to, or even destroyed. A security check involved an ethics officer who would question supposed spies or newcomers to the faith in order to deduce whether or not they were suppressive persons. There were actually different types of security checks, ones designed for staff auditors or field auditors, one for children aged 6 to 12, and one that consists of questions that apply to not just your life right now, but...
So here's the thing, right? This was pretty much how he was able to even get the money to even get this church together. So pretty much based upon the fact that he had all these different, I guess you could say legal loopholes based upon the fact he had a proof of staff, in a sense. He had a proof of staff with this list of different people that were assigned to different roles and different things like that to make it seem like it was an organization, a real organization. But pretty much it wasn't even an organization at all. It was pretty much just if you want to call it, just a concentration camp. If you think about it, just a asylum almost, the way they ran it. And they pretty much were scamming people out of, thousands of dollars just to give them information that wasn't necessarily real at all. It's crazy how he was able to just sell religion this way. Pretty much that's what he was doing, was just selling religion that didn't actually exist. That's literally what we're looking at right here. Someone that pretty much created a hustle out of religion and made his own belief out of thin air.
Countless past lives. Did you come to Earth for evil purposes? Have you ever enslaved a population? Have you ever eaten a human body? Have you ever made a planet or nation radioactive? If the security checks weren't enough protection from those who would do him harm, Hubbard left St. Hill Manor and moved aboard his own private fleet, the Enchanter, the Avon River, and Royal which would all be renamed later after Hubbard's visit to the Mediterranean as the Diana, Athena, and Apollo. This private fleet would come to be manned by the Sea Org, Hubbard's personal fraternity founded in 1967, described by former Scientologists as a paramilitary group, home to some of the most highly respected and devoted members of Scientology. Hubbard and the Sea Org left the United States on an 8-year voyage, sailing across the Atlantic and into the Mediterranean, stopping at several ports, including the Azores, Corfu, and Dakar. One of the only interviews of Hubbard came to exist from one of these trips. Hubbard was trying to find a safe haven for all Scientologists, but wasn't welcomed by foreign governments. During his time aboard at sea, he was able to master the craft of religion by developing Scientology's doctrines to encompass new and confidential courses. Hannah Whitfield, a former Sea Org member turned defector, explained her scenario as well as Hubbard's behavior in HBO's expose.
How did he react to being deported from there? How was he when he came back?
Very guarded at the airport. He was a little terse, much terser than I knew him in his lectures at St. Hill, for example. He was to the point. He tried to be his usual sort of ebullient, communicative self, but it just wasn't the same. He was a lot quieter.
All the while,
so through these voyages, right, through these little cruises that he keeps doing, with all these people that he keeps taking, isn't this a form of trafficking? Is this not? Allegedly? Wouldn't this be a form of human trafficking in a sense? The way he's able to take these different people, different places like this? And we don't know necessarily what's even going on in certain areas of the sea, pretty much. It's the same exact thing if we're thinking about it.
Sea Org and other members described conditions among Hubbard's fleet as horrendous. Miller, in The Barefaced Messiah, explains how, by 1970, Sea Org members stretched to encompass young girls dressed in salacious clothing, who ran errands for Hubbard and senior Scientologists. Though Hubbard chose to embrace a vacation lifestyle while captaining his ships, hardship and legal threats lurked not too far behind. In 1972, facing charges of fraud and customs violations by the French government, Hubbard
This nigga was a 70s one. This nigga was a 70s Epstein. This was the 70s Jeffrey Epstein. Look at him. Look at this nigga. This was the goddamn 50s and 60s and 70s Jeffrey Epstein. This was diddler before the diddler. I'm trying to tell you.
and in the Sea Org and lived a life of seclusion in Queens, New York. He would return to his flagship a year later, but his health had deteriorated drastically and would only get worse, which were brought on by heart complications and a motorcycle accident.
Why you got to be from Queens, my nigga? Why you gotta be from Queens? God damn it.
In 1975, following a riot on the island of Madeira, Hubbard and the Sea Org returned to the United States to establish a brand new headquarters for Scientology. Scientologists sought to forge their own utopia. Using a fake name, they bought a hotel in Clearwater, Florida, which steadily grew to encompass surrounding property. They wanted total control of Clearwater, going as far as to have a code name for their operation, Project Normandy. Clearwater Mayor Gabe Cazares called Scientology's arrival the occupation of Clearwater. According to the Clearwater Sun, in 1976, residents of the city began to notice armed guards patrolling the hotel. Cazares was seen as an enemy of the church, so they targeted him in an effort to trap him in a sex scandal. They also manufactured a false hit-and-run accident in an attempt to discredit Cazares, called Operation Speedy Gonzales. But the mayor was not going to roll over and issued a $1.5 million lawsuit against the church, which halted their occupation. Today, the church has a stranglehold on the entire downtown area of the city, making it impossible to walk down the street without being spied on, harassed, or converted. Hubbard began weaponizing the Guardian's Office, an intelligence agency created within the Church of Scientology to fight against networks of conspiracy against him. The GO penetrated and burglarized a number of government agencies, including the United States Department of Justice and the IRS. After 2 GO agents were apprehended by the IRS in Washington, D.C., the FBI conducted synchronized searches of GO offices. They recovered wiretapping equipment, burglary tools, and thousands of documents indicating potential crimes. The U.S. government prosecuted 10 Scientologists, including Hubbard's wife, Mary Sue, who was sentenced to federal prison. Hubbard remained free, but not for long. In 1978, the French government convicted Hubbard of gaining money through deception and sentenced him to 4 years in prison and a $30,000 fine by today's standards. Hubbard, not interested in sitting in a cell for years, decided to once again hide among the suburbs of California. Hubbard became a hermit, limiting correspondence with Scientology members and loved ones, living out the remaining of his days as a fugitive, although he did find company. Pat and Annie Broker, 2 trusted messengers who helped Hubbard live on the move during the 1980s. Hiding in hotels and in his car, Hubbard found the time to take up an old hobby of writing science fiction. He wrote Battlefield Earth and Mission Earth, published respectively in 1982 and 1985. Meanwhile, Hubbard's absence left a power vacuum among Scientology, which the Sea Org took advantage of by seizing control and expelling veteran Scientologists. A young Scientologist messenger, whose name was inconsequential, would shift through the crowd, ultimately defeating all of his rivals to become the de facto head of Scientology, David Miscavige. David may have been the figurative new face of Scientology, but as long as Hubbard was alive, he was the true leader. He lived out his last years in a
We're going to look at an interview of him. His interview is funny as hell.
Luxury motorhome in Creston, California, while the public scrambled to ascertain whether he was alive or not. Hubbard carefully managed the church as a shadowy puppet master. Governments and agencies still search for Hubbard, but before they could find and indict him, L. Ron Hubbard passed away on January 24th, 1986. After suffering from a stroke the week prior. After Hubbard's death, Scientology would evolve into a completely different entity, one obsessed with innovation and transformation. It was time Scientology adapted to fit modern culture in the hopes of reaching new followers and retaining its status as an authentic belief system. The church transitioned the eggs in their basket to full-time promotion of tools for life courses and the organization of global programs to help poverty-stricken communities. Narconon, Criminon, the Way to Happiness Foundation, the Volunteer Minister Program. They even have a specific institution to fight psychiatry, the Citizens Commission on Human Rights.
Investigating and exposing psychiatry's inhumane and often lethal practices and defending the rights of its victims is the Citizens Commission on Human Rights.
These institutions are focused on drug abuse awareness, rehabilitation, human rights, and literacy, and claim to offer tools necessary to help build a functioning society. Anyone outside Scientology believes these organizations are a public relations stunt, simply acting as institutions to bolster their reputation and feign legitimacy. Those inside Scientology believe these organizations act as an alternative to state-run companies who fail to help their citizens. Hubbard distrusted the government, so must his followers. They believe in what he started and that they have a duty to finish it. But do they actually follow Hubbard's vision? Or have they grown into capitalist conglomerates disguising an old man's fantasy behind bureaucracy? Well, they have a specific policy in place to make sure Scientology is always on track. The policy is called KSW, or Keeping Scientology Working, which has come to be the most important policy in the church, serving as the cornerstone for any action that takes place within the church. The KSW 10 points are: number 1, having the correct technology, which Hubbard asserts has already been achieved. Number 2, knowing the technology, which he claims many within Scientology have also achieved. 3, knowing it is correct. Hubbard says this comes from application and observation. Number 4, teaching correctly the correct technology. Hubbard claims this is done worldwide throughout Scientology. Number 5, applying the technology, which Hubbard also says is already happening. Number 6, seeing that the technology is correctly applied. Hubbard states that instructors and supervisors do this already. Number 7, hammering out of existence incorrect technology is the first problem area, according to Hubbard, which he calls a weak point only handled by a few. Number 8, knocking out incorrect applications, which Hubbard says is not worked on hard enough. Number 9, closing the door on any possibility of incorrect technology. Hubbard says that this is, quote, impeded by the reasonable attitude of the not quite bright. And lastly, number 10, closing the door on incorrect application. Hubbard says this is, quote, seldom done with enough ferocity. To be honest, it's no wonder the church's foundations and beliefs are hidden behind paywalls, because no sane person would believe them. At the core of Scientology beliefs, you have Dianetics and auditing, engrams, e-meters, and reactive minds. You also have thetans, Greek for thought or life, which...
Okay, so before he gets into the rest of that, I want to play David Miscavige interview, because, like I said, once you listen to that, after you got a breakdown of what Scientology actually is in the life of Ron Hubbard, this is going to be very entertaining for you.
You've heard about Dianetics, the #1 self-help bestseller by L. Ron Hubbard.
You've seen the commercials.
Are you using your mind to the fullest?
Touting the benefits of the Church of Scientology.
Clear away your negative feelings and unblock your true potential.
Dianetics? It's amazing. Stars such as John Travolta and Tom Cruise say that Scientology has changed their lives. But critics charge fraud, that the Church of Scientology is nothing but a scam to take millions from unsuspecting believers. Tonight,
so how many knew John Travolta was down with them?
We'll take you inside the Church of Scientology as we bring you the first ever interview with David Miscavige, the head of the church.
This is ABC News Nightline. Reporting from Washington, Ted Koppel.
Some of you may recall that last May, Time magazine did a cover story on the Church of Scientology. To say that the leaders of that church did not like the story would be a case of wretched understatement. As you will hear in a moment from my colleague Forrest Sawyer, the Scientologists launched a multi-million-dollar campaign to counter the impact of that Time story. It was during that general period and in that context that we got in touch with the man who now runs the church, David Miscavige, to discuss his appearance on Nightline. The process has taken 9 months. Mr. Miscavige tells us that he has never done an interview before. And I think it's also fair to say that he and the men and women who run the Scientology organization are somewhat leery of the media. The Church of Scientology, for reasons that we will also be presenting, does not generally get a very favorable press. David Miscavige is described in one article as ruthless with a volatile temper, in another as being so paranoid that he keeps plastic wrap over his glass of water. I was pleasantly surprised then when Mr. Miscavige first came to my office a few months back. He came alone, without any staff, and we had an amiable, if intense, conversation. I believe he even accepted a cup of coffee without plastic wrap. We'll let you make up your own mind about David Miscavige. We do have some things to tell you, however, about the Church of Scientology. Here is the first of 2 reports from Nightline correspondent Forrest Sawyer.
After decades of seeing church officials arrested, after hundreds of lawsuits with critics and defectors, the Scientology business is now booming. Led by a 31-year-old high school dropout who seized control of the church 10 years ago and charted an aggressive campaign to make Scientology a household word.
Tonight's event is being televised around the world to every continent on the globe.
Let's take a look inside the human mind.
Are you using your mind to the fullest? The church's rapid growth is built.
Let it be known that they said a 31-year-old dropout from high school is telling you about the facts of life. Crazy.
On selling one single message. Scientology has uncovered the secret of human potential.
Lights, sound, camera.
Take one.
The Scientologists have built their own TV and film studio.
You can't be back in the dark ages of mass communication and be heard in this world today.
Hello, I'm Jeff Pomerantz. Would you like to be more successful in life?
Radio broadcasts are prepared. Audio tapes reproduced by the thousands on high-speed copiers. Original music created. All of this to encourage more people to join the movement. And join they do. The church says it now has centers in over 70 countries, with more on the way. Church leaders say this place, 520 acres south of Los Angeles, a place they call Gold, is a sign of their rapid expansion. It is here where top church officials are planning the future. Gold is run by people who believe so strongly they've signed billion-year contracts with a church, a kind of priesthood, dressed in uniforms, working over 13 hours a day, earning just $30 a week. The church says these men and women are only the most dedicated of 8 million members worldwide. Church of Scientology President Heber Jentzsch. How do you get to call them members?
Because they joined and they came in and they studied Scientology.
They took one course, maybe.
Well, that's how valuable a course is. But 8 million people, yes, over a period of the last since 1954.
Critics say the actual figure is closer to 100,000. But unquestionably, thousands of people, including well-known celebrities, do swear by what they call a technology of the mind.
And this really directly affects my relationship with people, with individuals around me, with my loved ones, and also with audiences.
Psychological techniques, they say, help them feel better and act more effectively. And there's a promise of something more.
From the very beginning, there was an air of mystery. There was an air of somewhere up this path, there was something extremely potent and very sort of seductive and attractive.
The introduction begins when you walk into a Scientology center. Problems in your life? Take a personality test. Evaluators are ready to tell you what's wrong. In fact, the counselors are operating from a script that tells them exactly what to say. For instance, you are capable and overt as a person, but probably not to the degree that you should be or would like to be. And the script always ends the same.
That you are capable and overt, meaning open as a person.
Just not to the degree that you feel you could be or should be. This is where Dianetics can help you.
The script tells the evaluators to sell hard. The more resistive, meaning...
Nah. The hustle is real. Like, no, you're not fit to be a human. You're not living up to your human, full potential. Let us help you. Give us some money. Give us this amount right here. This is based upon your actual human value. Based upon this human value we give you, we need you to pay us this so we can maximize your potential. Nigga, what? Ross Clyde.
Resistant or argumentative he is, the more the points should be slammed home. And it works.
Okay, so you guys ready to start?
Yeah.
Good, start.
Students often spend thousands of dollars to take more and more courses and counseling called auditing.
A foxhound? A dachshund?
They find problem areas by using an e-meter, which Scientologists claim can read thoughts, or by modeling with Play-Doh. The goal is to become what they call clear, free of the influence of negative past experiences. For all the praise of Scientology from church members, there are equally vocal critics. This past spring, Time magazine published a cover story on the church, calling it the cult of greed and power. Reporter Richard Behar.
People feel good, they talk about their problems, just like somebody going into therapy might feel good talking about their problems. But this all seems to have an ulterior motive and to lead into this extremely high-priced one-on-one counseling and auditing.
Dentist John Finucane liked the sales pitch he heard and ended up spending over $42,000 on services.
They've tried to milk every penny they can out of any asset that I have, whether it's a credit card, whether it's my home, whether it's from a friend, whether it's from family. If I can get a hold of money anywhere, they would like to have that money.
2 years ago, Finucane responded to a newsletter from Sterling Management, a church-related consultant to health professionals. He says they helped his practice, but also led him into Scientology and kept pushing for even more money. Finucane says they charged $8,500 to his credit cards without permission. When they began phoning for more, he turned on his tape recorder.
So basically, I don't even have enough money for that. Just to even get to the point where I can do my auditing.
You have quite a bit, though, John. I mean, you know, but I don't think buying more is your problem. Your problem is your wife.
Because Finucane's wife opposed the church, they declared him a PTS, potential trouble source.
They said, well, you either need to shape things up or disconnect, as they say, which they won't ever say divorce. They just say disconnect.
Wow. They told him to, yo, you got to get rid of your wife, bruh. Nah, son, she's in the way right now. You paid $8,500. We know you have more money. We know you have more money, but in order to get to that money, in order for you to live up to your full potential, John, we need you to get rid of your wife. Nickel, what?
Ken Rose says he had to choose between the church and his children. He says he was told to sign a paper agreeing to waive his parental rights or see his sons thrown out of Scientology school.
Shit is wild. Threaten you with the kids. They threatened him with his kids and his wife, all because he paid initially. All because he gave him his credit card information and decided to get into the church. Yo, this is crazy.
On what is probably the darkest day of my life, I spent several hours with them and their mother, with them at one point literally on their knees, sobbing for me to sign this paper so that they could keep going to school.
Defectors claim the church tears families apart every day. Roxanne Friend.
Literally, once you take that audit, they control your life. That's the wild part about that. They control your life from there.
Brought her brother into the church. She says he ended up helping to kidnap her.
They put me in a little apartment. They had a guard at the front door and a guard at the back door, and I was not allowed to leave. There was no telephone and no means of communication with the outside world.
Friend claims she was held to convince her not to see a non-Scientologist doctor when she felt sick.
I'd be told, well, yeah, you were ill, but then no, we just need to audit you. Give us, $6,000, $12,000, and we'll audit you, and you'll be flying again. That's a direct quote. We'll get you flying again. Do you know how it looks?
It looks pretty good. Does it? Yeah.
Today, Roxanne has incurable cancer, which she says could have been treated if diagnosed earlier. She spent over $80,000 on Scientology and has almost nothing left and no medical insurance. She blames the church.
You're going to have a sense of anxiety or desperation to do whatever it takes to...
You blaming the church? I got one thing to say to you. I'm talking to the world in the mirror. Lady, what made you think $80,000 was going to change your life to the point you have nothing left and you still was looking to pay more money? Now you ended up living there. See, this is what I'm saying. This is how the trafficking starts. How in the world did they convince a human being to pay and go bankrupt? What possesses you? $80,000, and yes, you have cancer. You didn't pay that to the doctors. You got no health insurance. What? But how?
Sign your life away, your money and your mortgage and your child.
Church officials deny these charges made by what they call a handful of disgruntled people, many of whom they say are pursuing lawsuits in order to squeeze the church for money. The defectors' response? There are hundreds of others who are simply afraid to speak out. Why they may be afraid, and what the church really believes, in our next report a few minutes from now.
In fact, when we come back, we'll be bringing you part 2 of Forrest Sawyer's report and the first ever interview with the head of the Church of Scientology, David Miscavige.
If you look out across the world today, you could say that if you take a person who's healthy, doing well, like yourself, you'd say that that person is normal, not a crazy, not somebody who's a psychotic. You look at a wall and they call it an elephant. Would you agree with me on that?
So far, I got no
Okay, and you can see people below that.
Right.
And crazy people, criminals, that I think society in general will look at and say that breed of person hasn't something quite right because they're not up to this level of personality. You can understand that. Well, we in Scientology are not, you see, all past attempts have been to bring man up to somebody's standard of what's normal. What we're trying to do in Scientology is take somebody from this higher level and move them up to greater ability. You see, we're interested in
What about those folks down there?
Well, yes, no, we don't ignore them, but my point is this: Scientology is there to help the able become more able. The guy who's going around, he's working, he's trying to make it. These people...
Yo, I almost spit my goddamn drink out. We're here to help the able become more able. Yo, if someone says that shit to me, I might smack the living shit out of them. I'm here to help you. I'm here to help you become more able. Help me become more able. What?
Generally have something in their life that they would like to improve. And in any event, if you can increase that person's ability, the one who's chipping in, the one who's able, and bring him up higher, the sphere of influence that he affects in the world around him can be much greater, and he can get on and do better.
Now, Mr. Miscavige, when you and I talked the first time a few months ago, I said to you I was going to come after you on some of these issues. I am a cynic by nature. I guess that's why I like being a reporter. Mm-hmm. What you have described to me there fits perfectly with the image that I have of Scientology, namely, you're interested in folks who are producing. Mm-hmm. Another way of saying that is you're interested in folks who've got money and who can pay to work their way up the Scientology ladder.
That's where you missed the point, because in fact, you know, this subject of money comes up, but you've got the wrong issue there. The subject of money is, where's it going? You see, another part that isn't in that piece, the money in Scientology isn't going to me, it's not going to my colleagues. That's a fact. That's a fact. You can call up the IRS and find that fact out. They've audited our records and seen all of that, and none of that money is going anywhere. As a matter of fact, the officials in the church are paid far less and live far more frugal existences than any other church leader. Our money goes to social causes that we accept. You take these people, we are the largest social reform group in the world, do far more than any other church. For the last 2 years, we've been voted the Community Outreach Group of the Year in Los Angeles.
By whom?
By the local city council. The Senate of California passed a resolution that's for our work with underprivileged children in California. We work on getting drug addicts off drugs. We support Narconon, which is drug rehabilitation center, using the drug rehabilitation technology of L. Ron Hubbard. There are 33 centers around the world. Over 100,000 people have been gotten off drugs. We sponsor educational programs. Several years ago, in just one instance, we worked with...
I don't want to minimize any of that, but how does that make your group, how did you put it, that you do more to help...
Social reform,
social reform than any other group in the world? More than the Catholic Church?
More accurately is per size. And when you put it in that rate, in other words, how big Scientology is compared to any others, the amount that we do on that subject, there's not even anybody comparable.
Okay, we've got to take a break. We'll continue our discussion with David Miscavige in a moment. During one of Forrest Sawyer's pieces a moment ago, we heard...
He got tired of that nigga reading by his damn textbook in his head. He had a goddamn rebuttal for a rebuttal for a rebuttal.
One of your colleagues talking about psychiatry, right?
Right.
You guys are death on psychiatry. the criticism that was made was that this is foreign to the United States. He referred to its origins in Nazism and communism, and that your religion, Scientology, is an American religion. Fair enough? So far?
American of the mind. Yeah, right. That's right.
Well, what does that do for Christianity, Judaism, Hinduism, Buddhism, Taoism, all the other isms that also did not originate in this country?
Well, no, that isn't really the point. The point there is this, that those people, the fascists, the communists, have used psychiatry to further their ends. That's just a fact. I mean, you want to look at the studies that brought about the Holocaust of the Jews, that the Nazis justified killing the Jews. They were done at the Max Planck Institute of Psychiatry in Leipzig, Germany, and that justified the killing of 6 million people. If you look at the report that Forrest Sawyer did on the mental institutions in Russia, several months ago he did this, you saw that that was a tool of the state. That's the point he's making there. But let me tell you what our real problem is. Number one, understand this. Psychiatry, psychology, that comes from the word psyche. Psyche means soul. These people have preempted the field of religion, not just Scientology, every other religion. They right now practice and preach the fact that man is an animal. And I guess that is where...
See what I mean? It's shit that he's saying to me that I am liable to punch him in his face. I see why the interviewer said, all right, cut this shit, because I'm liable to come across this goddamn chair just now and put it over his goddamn head. What the hell you mean the psyche mean the soul? Brother, what type of shit are you trying to sell me right now? Get out your goddamn textbook and talk to me like a human being. Because what the fuck are you talking about right now?
Philosophically, we're at odds with them. But to understand what this war is, this is not something that we started. In fact, 22 days after Dianetics, the Modern Science of Mental Health came out, the attacks from the American Psychiatric Association started. This was the first popular book on the mind ever in existence. It was running up the bestseller list. It was popular with the people. I have the letter sent out by the man who was in the American Psychiatric Association asking for ad hominem reviews on the subject of Dianetics. These people absolutely felt that we were cutting across their vested interests, and the lengths with which they have gone to destroy Scientology and Dianetics and L. Ron Hubbard is absolutely mind-boggling. They attempted to do so through the 1950s. First, they tried to attack L. Ron Hubbard's credibility. Then they recruited the American Medical Association and the Food and Drug Administration, and they then proceeded to infiltrate our organization.
Let me finish. May I stop you just for a moment? Because, you know, when you talk about undermining L. Ron Hubbard's credibility, and again, I have no idea whether that video and the tape that we
but why don't we touch on
that we heard was representative of L. Ron Hubbard. But when I hear about a man talking about having been taken out to the Van Allen space radiation belt, of spaceships that were essentially the same thing as the DC-8. I got to tell you, I mean, if we're talking about this man's credibility, that certainly raises some questions in my mind about his credibility.
Okay, well, let me ask you, have you read any books on Dianetics or Scientology?
I've been reading little else over the last 2 days. I must confess, I'm not a student.
But you haven't read Dianetics or any books on Scientology.
You're absolutely
okay, right. Fine. Then that's why you would make a comment like that. I mean, let's not joke around here. That bit that Forrest did there pulled out of context items. And let's not forget something else, by the way. I told Forrest Sawyer, and I was open about this the whole time. I have been in communication with Nightline numerous times. I said, Forrest, if something comes up, you want to bring me up an allegation, you confront me with it before this so I can do away with this garbage and not have to do it on the program. Dave, I promise you I'll do it. Numerous calls have been put into him. I have never heard it from him. I never heard about these. To do that, it's take anything out of context. Ted, let me just give you an analogy. Let me give you an analogy.
You know that there are going to be a lot of folks out there, and I'm sure there are a lot of Scientologists, and I don't want to offend anyone who truly believes this, but there are a lot of people out there who look at that. You say it was taken out of context. Take a minute, if you would, and see if you can put it into context for us so that it does not sound ridiculous, because quite frankly, the way it sounded there, it sounded ridiculous.
Okay, well, let me ask you to do this then. I want you to take the Catholic Church and take right now and explain to me, to make sense, that the Virgin Mary was a virgin. Scientifically impossible, unless we're talking about something, okay, I'll be like you, I'll be the cynic. If we're talking about artificial insemination, how could that be? You're talking about going out to heaven, except we have the space shuttle going out there. We have the Apollo going out there. You do that. I'm not here to wait. I'm not here to talk. I'm not here to talk.
Let me do it. And you were a Catholic as a child, right?
Yeah.
So you know full well that those issues are questions of faith. Are you telling me that what we have heard L. Ron Hubbard say on this broadcast this evening, that they, to Scientologists, are issues of faith. If that's what you tell me, then that's fine.
No, as a matter of fact,
it doesn't have to be explained
what I'm telling you,
logically.
when you talk about the Van Allen belt or whatever, is that forms no part of current Scientology.
But what
None whatsoever.
But what did he mean when he was talking about it?
Well, you know, quite frankly, this tape here, he's talking about the origins of the universe, and I think you're going to find that in any religion. And I think you can make the same mockery of it. I think it's offensive that you're doing it here because I don't think
I'm
you're
not
doing it somewhere
mocking
else.
it. I'm asking you a question. And you know, you turn it around and ask me about Catholicism. I say we're talking about
Well, it's not
areas
even a matter
faith.
of faith because Scientology is about you, yourself, and what you do. You're bringing up something that isn't part of current Scientology, that isn't something that Scientologists study, that is part of some tape taken from I have no idea, and asking me about it and asking me to put it in context. That I can't do.
So this has nothing to do with your faith
If
today.
you read any books on science, no, Van Allen belt, absolutely not, nothing.
Okay, we're going to continue our discussion in just a moment. And we're back once again with David Miscavige. I'm going to let you get to the point you want to get to, but I was astonished during the break you told me you had never heard that tape before.
No, I've never heard that tape.
L. Ron Hubbard tape.
No, I'm not. I mean, it may exist there, but I haven't heard it. I mean, I don't know if you understand. There are 6,000 lectures by Mr. Hubbard. There are over 20 million words of printed words in Scientology, and all of these have been made available in Scientology. So if it is there, well, fine. Then I don't think anything's being hidden either. I just personally haven't heard that tape. Okay. No.
Now you wanted to get back to the issue of the psychiatry.
That's part of Freemasonry right there. That's why I keep correlating to it. Yeah, that is a blatant lie that would be evident to any Scientologist. Number one. Number two, correlation to Freemasonry. Say everything. Explain nothing.
Yes. And let me, if I may, by way of introduction to that, I did not interrupt you before, but you were talking about the use of psychiatry in Nazi Germany, the use of psychiatry in the Soviet Union.
Yes.
I would argue, and I think most psychiatrists in this country would argue, that what we're talking about here was the misuse of psychiatry in both those countries.
Well, okay, and if we're talking about the misuse, fine. In any event, I think any use that ends up killing people is a misuse, and I think that's a hell of a record to have. But let me get back to where it was, because it does tie in. You say the misuse, but I don't know if you're aware that there was a plan in 1955 in this country, Ted, to repeat what was done in Russia. There was going to be a Siberia, USA set up on 1 million acres in Alaska to send mental patients. They were going to lessen the commitment laws. You could basically get into an argument with somebody and be sent up there. This sounds very odd. Nobody's ever heard about it. That's in no small part thanks to the Church of Scientology. I must say, though, when that bill was killed in Congress, the war was on with psychiatry, where they declared war on us. And I want you to understand something.
Let me just ask you to be specific on that. You were talking about a bill having been brought into Congress for the setting aside of 1 million acres in Alaska.
You got it.
For people
send mental health patients.
Mental health patients. Who was the sponsor of that bill? What was the bill number? I mean, I'm sure we're going to.
Well, I have a copy of it, and if you want it, I can give it to you. All of these documents were made available to Forrest. If they're not on here, I don't know why, but I do have them, and I will make it available to you.
Was that bill ever voted on? Did it ever come out of committee?
Oh, yes. It was a major flap for the psychiatrists when it got voted down. Because then the slogan around the country began Siberia, USA, and it was really the first time that psychiatry had been denigrated publicly, that they weren't this science that they had been promoting themselves to be. And they took it upon themselves then to start dealing with anybody who would oppose them. They definitely saw Dianetics and Scientology as opposing them, not only in terms of their brutal treatments, such as electric shock and prefrontal lobotomy, which are specific things that we're against, but also for the fact of the people that were going to Dianetics and Scientology and not there. They went to the Food and Drug Administration. They went to the American Medical Association. They arranged an informant to go into our headquarters here in Washington, D.C., and infiltrate the organization over the next 5 years. I have documents on this, too. They wanted to get somebody in the church to recommend medical treatment. Couldn't get them to do it. Walk in, say, I want to be cured medically. People wouldn't do it. They finally went so far as getting the head of the D.C. the moral department of the D.C. police to send his daughter in as an informant, pregnant, to get an abortion, to ask the church to do it. A frame job. The church didn't go for it. They did then raid the church.
When you say they, you're talking about who now?
I am talking, this is the APA, AMA, Food and Drug Administration. These people were all coordinated doing these activities, and it went on for 5 years, Ted. And you have to understand, we only find this out recently. They then proceed to raid our church. Now, the following takes place. They killed one of our executive directors. They literally murdered. The Food and Drug Administration hired an informant to go into our organization in Seattle, Washington. His wife was there. He wasn't for Scientology. She was. They said, great, report on her and report on Scientology. He proceeded to do so. Several weeks later, murdered the head of our organization. Food and Drug Administration never told us that it was their informant. Instead, they got with with the Seattle police and went undercover in the organization on the homicide investigation to rifle our files. At that same time, and here's where the media comes in, a man interviewed L. Ron Hubbard for the Saturday Evening Post, came out with an unbelievably bad article in that magazine. Of course, Scientology said, you're part of this Food and Drug Administration thing. And of course he said, oh, excuse me, you just sound like the Fringe, which is very easy to say. What do I find out 20 years later through the Freedom of Information Act? I find out that this man, a man named James Phelan, the Saturday Evening Post had been written to by the Food and Drug Administration to get a discrediting article written on Mr. Hubbard and Scientology to help their case against us. That this man then went and interviewed Mr. Hubbard. He interviewed him for 2 days. Mr. Hubbard provided him with tapes and transcripts. The man came back here to the United States. Mr. Hubbard was in England and provided those transcripts to the Food and Drug Administration for their case a full week before he ever wrote his article.
We have got to take another break. We'll continue our discussion in a moment. Mr. Miscavige, I must admit, I'm curious. You have been the head of the Church of Scientology now for what, a little over 10 years?
Not really the head there, but certainly a senior Scientologist, yes.
Okay. During all that time, you just told me again earlier this evening, you have not done any interviews.
No.
A, tell me why, and B, why now?
Why now? Okay, why not? Let me tell you something. I once added up all of the press that had been written about me before the first reporter called trying to speak to me, and from around the world it stacked up to 4.5 feet. By then, it was myth and legend. And then, only on 1 or 2 occasions can I think of that somebody has asked to speak to me, but never to interview me. It was always, I want to ask you about some allegations. And to that degree, I'm not interested. I gave you the story about this reporter. Quite frankly, from my view, a lot of the people who have written stories on Scientology are doing it from a certain pitch. They already have their story somewhat made up. They've already made up their mind. It's a waste of my time, I have to be honest. Why now? It's live.
Okay. It is live. As you know, initially, I mean,
you asked.
That's what we certainly did.
We asked,
and we have been talking to each other
Sure,
now
absolutely.
and negotiating now for about 9 months.
That really has never happened.
Initially, we wanted you to come on because you folks were really upset about that cover story that Time Magazine did.
Yes.
Now, a lot of people have been upset by stories in the press about them. Certainly a cover story has more impact than just any old story in a magazine, and Time is a big magazine. But one might argue that your response to it, your reaction to it, was huge. I think Forrest said you spent $3 million in USA Today alone with some of those full-page ads, double truck ads that you ran. Didn't you also run some TV ads, some radio ads?
No, nothing on Time. And by the way, when you say the $3 million, there was an advertising campaign. You have to understand the first 3 weeks of it were about the Time Magazine and correcting the falsehoods on it.
Right.
That was a campaign that ran for 12 weeks. The rest of it was attempting to inform the public of what Scientology was.
Now, I told you we've got to take a break in exactly 1 minute, so I may have to cut you short if you go longer on this. But why were you what was it about the Time Magazine story that so upset you?
Because it wasn't reporting on anything. It was an attempt to cause something. Richard Behar is a hater. Behar. He had done an article on Scientology 3 years earlier in conjunction with the Internal Revenue Service. The man was on record on 2 occasions attempting to get Scientologists kidnapped. That is an illegal act. When you get somebody like that doing an article, you're not too interested.
All right. Let's leave that hanging in the air, and I promise we'll come back to it. I think both.
And some people had called him up, and he was telling them to kidnap Scientologists.
He was telling them to kidnap Scientologists.
Yes, and get them forcibly deprogrammed, which, according to Ted Patrick, who is the father of deprogramming, it always includes kidnapping, usually assault and battery, and certainly with the intent to commit a felony.
All right. Now, kidnapping.
Notice how he says deprogramming. Deprogramming from what? Now you're just admitting that you pretty much have been programming these people to think a certain way, and you've manipulated their minds through MK Ultra, might I add, allegedly. But to even boldly use the words deprogramming people, and now you're saying that a process of deprogramming involves kidnapping. You're pretty much trying to deflect the fact that the church has been allegedly accused of murdering majority of its members when they tried to escape.
As you well know, is a federal crime in this country.
Well, let me tell you something. There was one person who he used in that article that was at the behest of him that infiltrated our church in New Jersey. He didn't quote this in his article. I didn't find out until actually about a month ago. And the person has just been arrested. As a matter of fact, 4 people from this same group I mentioned at the beginning of the show have just been put under arrest last week for forcible kidnapping of persons from another faith. You have to understand something, Ted. These people that he aligns with, this cult awareness network, which every one of these people are a part of.
Although I told you during a break that my producer told me in my earpiece right after it, I was going to leave it alone, that all of those people maintain they are not in that cult awareness group.
No, they don't, because I'll tell you right now, I spoke to, well, that's just not the case. But in any event...
Can we stay on Mr. Behar for a moment?
Absolutely.
Because you have made what is really a very serious charge, and that is that he was
he admits to it.
That he was involved in... I'm sure he does not involve...
no, he admits to wanting to get a Scientologist kidnapped.
Involved in kidnapping. That would be a very serious admission.
He absolutely admits to wanting to get a Scientologist kidnapped. It's in your Washington Post.
So why didn't you bring charges against him?
He didn't succeed. He didn't succeed. Our point is this, Ted.
As I said,
you're missing
before, there is such a thing as attempted rape, attempted murder, attempted kidnapping. It's also a crime.
But they didn't make it. They didn't make it. I mean, the point is this.
Doesn't matter. It's still a crime.
Okay. The person would have to bring charges. I think you're really missing the issue, Ted, because my point is this. That man represents himself as an objective reporter. Here he is on record a full 3 years before he wrote this article stating that he felt Scientologists should be kidnapped to change their religion. Second of all, let's look at this article and let's not fool ourselves. It wasn't an objective piece. It was done at the behest of Eli Lilly. They were upset because of the damage we had caused to their killer drug, Prozac. They set up that article. They used their advertising dollar to force it to run, and that's the fact.
All right. Now, if that is the fact, you're a careful man. I'm sure that you have evidence of that.
Well, here's what I do have of that. I do have a man here in Washington, D.C. named Duffy Wall, another one named Walter Moore. These are lobbyists for Eli Lilly. We have Burson Marsteller, the PR firm for Eli Lilly. The reason I'm saying this, you have to understand, this isn't my charge. I'm telling you what they say. After that article came out, they were around town here saying, we caused that article on Scientology on behalf of Eli Lilly.
You have
to help them out.
You have affidavits?
Let me tell you what else I have.
You have affidavits?
From them, of course not. You think they'd admit it?
Well, I mean...
but they're the ones who said it.
You're saying they said it.
Let me tell you what I do have. Let me tell you what I do have.
Go ahead.
I go one step further. I then later found out, and you didn't know this, that Eli Lilly ordered a reprint of 750,000 copies of Time magazine before it came out, reported in the Washington Post. But most importantly, here's what I do have. I put in a call to the people, the advertising firms who set this up. I called up JWT, J. Walter Thompson in New York. I spoke to the CEO. He said he would look into it and get back to me. He never did. I called up a man over in England who owns all these advertising and PR conglomerates for Eli Lilly, a man named Martin Sorrell. Ted, I asked him 10 times on the phone to deny that he had set this up on their behalf. He wouldn't do it.
All right.
We put in a call to Eli Lilly. Their response was, we can neither confirm nor deny. This is a pretty heavy allegation I'm making. I'm only making it because what I heard from their people, and they won't deny it. So for you to challenge me on it, you have to understand they're not challenging me on it. And furthermore, our story that came out in USA Today covers this entire matter. They haven't called in once to correct any fact in it.
When you say your story, you mean your advertisement?
Well, there was actually an insert in there that laid out the entire way that came about.
Let us get back during the few minutes we have left in this broadcast to discussing Scientology a little. And I made a suggestion at the beginning of this program, or near the beginning of the program, that in order to progress within your church, it costs money, right? If I'm poor, how far can I progress?
Pretty far.
How far?
Well, I'll tell you this, by the time you start getting anywhere near the top, I guarantee you wouldn't be poor anymore, because generally people in Scientology do better if they honestly make it.
But let us assume there are some folks out there who are just poor. They don't have any money, they don't have any friends or relatives who have money. Is this the right religion for them?
Oh, absolutely. This is the right religion for anybody. In Scientology, You're dealing with yourself. You see, here, we have this in common with all religions of earth. All religions of earth try to help man to be better and to cause him spiritual improvement. Now, most in the Judeo-Christian society, they say if you have faith and you live your life, that you'll achieve spiritual salvation in the afterlife. We believe in spiritual salvation, but in the here and now.
Oh, I think,
and that's what we deal with.
I think both Judaism and Christianity, or the proponents of those two religions, would argue with you that they certainly set forth quite a number of rules and recommendations.
Oh, and now, I'm not disputing that. I am not trying to badmouth any other religion. And Ted, I would never do that. All I'm saying is that they have their way. What's different in Scientology is how we approach it. There are higher levels of awareness as a spiritual being, and that's what we're dealing with in Scientology. Now, for me to talk to you about this and for you to have a reality on it, I don't think I'm going to get that, and I'll tell you why. You don't have a reality on it. You see, Scientology is a very personal thing. You ask why somebody would do it. I'm not making the claims for the church, Ted. Millions of Scientologists around the world are making that claim. You ask them, they are happier, they do feel they're more able, they do better in life, they know it has helped them. They say it. You can't take that away, and just like I wouldn't take that away from any other religion, when somebody then comes about and says that Scientology doesn't do that, are they telling me I don't have my own feelings?
No, I'm just asking you, and it strikes me as a reasonable question, but if you can't answer it, you can't answer it, that there must be a way of explaining without going into any of the innermost secrets of the Church of Scientology, and I understand your church has some secrets. There has to be a way of explaining what it is you do that's different.
What it is that we do, that's not very difficult at all. We approach it on a one-on-one basis. There is absolutely a technology of Scientology. There's a philosophy which covers the subject of life. I started talking about communication earlier on. Well, of course, it covers interpersonal relationships, a million subjects. I don't have enough time all night to go into them. But separately, there is a technology that's applied to you as an individual. Actual one-on-one counseling, where you look. Well, number one, you have to understand the first premise. You are a spiritual being. You look, you find out more about yourself, who you are, where you have been. A man who can look back and do that is a very courageous individual. A lot of that includes looking back on your own past and areas where you went astray. That's similar to other religions.
It's also similar to psychiatry.
Listen, I'm not similar to psychiatry at all. I brought one piece of paper here because I knew this was going to come up. This is psychology, which covers the subject of religion. It's called Religiosity and Pre-Oedipal Fixation.
Let me stop you 1 second. I just want to tell any members of our audience who may just have joined us and not have been with us, my guest is David Miscavige. You are now the head of the Church of Scientology.
Yes.
Right. Okay, please.
This is what they say about religion. They say abstract.
Who is this again?
This is out of the Journal of Genetic Psychology. This is March 1985. And I want you to understand why I don't like being compared to these people, because I'm in a completely separate realm. Religious belief and observance derive from pre-Oedipal oral and anal drives according to psychoanalytic theory. Specifically, belief in deity and such concepts as the afterlife are consonant with oral needs for nurturance from an omnipotent benefactor coupled with the denial of death. Observance of ritual, and particularly church attendance, is a function of the anal need for regular activity and the anal compulsive need for regularity and repetitiveness. This is an offense to any religion. I am not like these people. We deal with the spirit. They say man's a body. We separate right there. We're interested in bringing persons to a higher plane. They deal with the neurotics. They want to bring him up and tell him how to solve his problems. In Scientology, Ted, we want to bring the individual up to a higher level of ability so that he's more intelligent, he has better reaction time, he's more able and intelligent so that he can handle his life better. Now you've handled something.
Explain to me, and again going back to the pieces that we saw before, and by necessity, even though we ended up doing 15 minutes on these pieces, you end up compressing things,
Sure.
and I don't want to lead people astray. Talk to me for a moment about the e-meters. Those are those handles that you see people holding in the pictures, and they are dealing now with an auditor. An auditor is the person who, this is the one-to-one.
Well, here's what happens.
Yeah.
Could be me and you sitting across from each other. Maybe
okay, let's say I'm holding the e-meter. What are you doing, and what is that e-meter doing? What is it capable of doing?
Okay, what it is capable of doing is registering what's bothering you. It is a guide. It doesn't tell you anything. It doesn't yell out. Well, it's a meter there, and it sends a little electrical flow. through your body. You're holding something there very tiny. You cannot feel it. It shows a reaction. What does that reaction mean? That reaction just says there's a reaction. You thought something about it, or it's something that has some form of mental energy.
Reaction to what? You're saying words, and it's almost like free association. Or I mean, what am I reacting
Listen,
to?
stop comparing it to psychotherapy because it isn't.
I'm just asking.
It is and by the way, okay, there are a million things you could do, but you take up an individual subject of a person's life. I'll bring up the subject of communication. If that isn't you, fine. People do have problems with this subject. Very specific questions are asked. The person answers them. He looks, answers the question, answers it. To handle areas of upset that are upsetting him, he knows when they are no longer upsetting him. He finds out finally for himself why they were upsetting him, and they no longer do. That is what's happening.
What I'm still a little bit lost on is, presumably, you and I could do that.
Oh, absolutely.
Right now, right?
Well, you'd have to want to participate.
Fine. But why do we need that piece of equipment?
Oh, because it's far more accurate. I mean, originally in Dianetics and Scientology, there was no meter, and you would look.
Okay, so he's not necessarily going to get into too much else. As you can notice, he pretty much beats around the bush. Just like he would beat around the bush about the information of his supposed wife going missing. Let me get rid of that ad up there. So it says LAPD LAPD closed Shelly Miscavige's missing persons case after a woman claimed she was the Scientology leader's wife, despite the fact they had mismatched fingerprints and footage of their rendezvous was mysteriously scrambled. Interesting. It says LAPD closed the missing person case of Shelly Miscavige in 2013. Look at it, 11 years later, after meeting with a woman who claimed to be the Scientology leader's missing wife without properly verifying her identity, according to the new report. Shelly has not been seen since her father's funeral in 2007. In 2013, she was reported missing by Leah Remini, an actress who spent 35 years in the church before quitting. According to report Yashir Ali, the LAPD met with a woman who claimed she was Shelly at a coffee shop after Leah filed a report. The woman was accomplished by Jeffrey Ritter, a long-serving Scientology lawyer. Now, I'm going to turn it over to Leah and let her explain to you what happened with that whole scenario there.
What exactly happened at Tom Cruise's wedding?
The biggest wedding in Scientology history. Have you ever felt this way before?
Several guests claim one person ruined everything.
That I destroyed the wedding.
A liar, rude, and embarrassing.
What would Tom say to you?
He thinks I'm the devil.
But what did Leah Remini do?
I asked the question, and I said, where is Shelly? He said, you don't have the effing rank to be asking about the leader's wife.
The wife of the leader of Scientology is still missing.
Where is Shelly Miscavige? Apparently she was pretty close with Tom Cruise.
17 years of a person just missing.
So many people believe that she's being held captive.
So you think she's a prisoner?
What I uncovered was much darker than I ever expected.
She was Scientology royalty.
Now finding herself in the crosshairs.
For asking questions, I was getting punished. For asking questions, my family started to get punished. They're just totally staring at us.
Who are you working for?
Years of harassment.
You have them beaten. Horrifying nightmare.
I'm not gonna stand for it.
The church tells every claim Ms. Remini has made is ridiculous and stupid.
Once I have the information, I have to do something about it.
What did Leah find out?
Nobody wanted it to be true.
The year is 2006, and Leah Remini has been invited to one of the most coveted celebrity events of the century.
Katie once told 17 Magazine that her dream was to marry Tom Cruise. So you know, I've been in the dream-making business this year. Are you in the dream-making business?
Malcolm, what's going on?
I don't want to disappoint her.
You've never had this kind of feeling before, right? No? Obviously not. Yes! The boy is gone.
Not only was Tom Cruise one of Hollywood's biggest stars, he was the poster boy for the Church of Scientology.
I think it's a privilege to call yourself a Scientologist, and it's something that you have to earn. And because a Scientologist does, he or she has the ability to create new and better realities and improve conditions.
The main goal of Scientology is to keep Tom in.
When Tom finally married Katie, Leo was proud to be there as a fellow Scientologist.
All of the top clergy of Scientology are there. It was a big deal for the church.
But as the celebration unfolded, she slowly realized things aren't always what they seem.
I'm innocently standing by this fireplace in this big castle in Italy, and I said, hey, where's Shelley?
Shelley was the wife of Scientology's leader, David Miscavige. Over the years, Leah had socialized with Shelley many times, exchanging gifts and holiday cards. Shelley was a prominent figure in the organization.
Shelley was always where David Miscavige was. This was being called the wedding of the century. So it was very weird that she wasn't there. And their reaction was like, I mean, that's the leader's wife. You really shouldn't be asking about her.
Little did she know that one seemingly innocent question would put a target on her back. Before we continue with Leah's story, we want to share some important information that will help protect you from becoming a target yourself. Here at Life Stories, we've spent countless hours researching the lives of your favorite celebrities. The amount of personal information easily available to anyone would shock you. But in this day and age, it's not just the celebs in the spotlight whose private information is all over the internet. Have you ever Googled yourself? Your personal data is out there for anyone to see, and it's time to take control. With antivirus, VPN.
Who's the head of the Church of Scientology? His wife wasn't there. And when I asked the question, and I said, where is Shelley? Why is his assistant here? Scattered. People just scattered. And then I was told I didn't have the effing rank to be asking about the leader's wife. It wasn't that she was just an average person, that I didn't have the rank to ask about.
You didn't have the rank?
The rank.
Wow.
There's a pecking order in Scientology. There are parishioners and there are Sea Org members. But in my mind, I'm a parishioner, but I'm also just a human being asking where another human being was.
Although the response shook Leah, she tried to carry on as if nothing happened, but she couldn't ignore what was in front of her.
It was just becoming weird. I was seeing behavior from senior executives of the church that I thought was out of line with our policy.
In her memoir, Leah recalled watching high-ranking officials continuously break Scientology policy for what she believed was the sake of Tom and his wedding.
My understanding and the policy is there is no celebrity that should be treated any differently than any parishioner. And I was seeing behavior and I was seeing things that wouldn't be okay, that are not okay for the average parishioner, but were being made to be okay for Tom.
You left the wedding on a mission to save Scientology.
Right. I thought, I now see where the cracks are in our church. I wrote reports on him, like internal reports on him, and it didn't matter to me that he was Tom. To me, I saw him as a team member.
But when she returned home a few days later, Leah felt the consequences of what she'd done. Numerous Scientologists had filed reports complaining about her behavior.
That I had disrupted the wedding, that I basically destroyed the wedding.
Leah showed us this document, which she claims to be a knowledge report from Katie Holmes herself.
It starts with, I was dismayed at the behavior of Leah Remini during the events leading up to our wedding and our wedding. The behavior as a guest, a friend, was very upsetting. Basically, they were just trying to get me to recant what I said, to apologize for ruining the wedding of the century. I'm sent to Florida immediately. I fly out there. I'm in the room. I'm in a room, you know, with cameras, with my person who is armed with information, unbeknownst to me, of a stack of reports that were written on me by everybody who worked for Tom. And I was asked, do you have sexual intentions towards him? What are your evil intentions towards him? What are your evil intentions towards David Miscavige? And it was 3 months of this.
3 months of dealing with this? 3 months? Every day for 3 months?
I had to write apology letters.
90 days? So you're there for 90 days. But you have a family? You're married?
My mother was there. My daughter was there. My husband was there.
And how much of the day are you spending on this stuff?
All day.
All day, every day.
And the bad feelings she'd got at Tom's wedding only got worse.
I started going on the internet and I started seeing stories of senior executives getting beaten in the church.
Miscavige slapped me across the face, knocked me on the ground, kicked me a couple times.
Flailing fists, kneeing him in the stomach, getting him on the floor.
It was a poisonous environment. People were really frightened.
They hire private detectives to harass people. I have been sued twice. Financial ruin.
Years of harassment.
Beaten.
We chased her around. We followed her to the airport.
Gotten a hold of personal phone records.
Dangerous, horrifying, terrifying fraud. A nightmare.
Why didn't you just leave?
My mother was in Scientology my whole life. And most people don't know that we were raised in it. I didn't decide to get into it. I was brought into it by my mom. My mom and dad got divorced, and my mom met my stepdad. And there's this new thing that he's introducing my mother to, which is this thing called Scientology.
It boasts some of the most famous people on the planet, claims to be capable of curing drug addiction, and says that following its teachings will lead to a life of success and fulfillment.
The promise of Scientology is that you will reach your full potential in all areas of your life. This is an organization that will save the planet from crime, from war, from people hurting each other. And we're going to be part of the solution. Going from a dad who tells me to, you know, shut the F up and talk when I talk to you, and you sit in that chair and you don't have any thoughts worth listening to you're very much an important being. Start to feel that you're powerful. Scientologists view children as spiritual beings. You're not treated as a kid. So you're given a lot of responsibility. Your ego becomes extremely inflated.
Leah thought her family was living the dream.
Dennis, my stepfather, and my mom had a baby when I was 14. And then Dennis decided to leave my mother, and he moved in with somebody else. Knowing that he was leaving my mom with a newborn, you know, was hard. And, you know, what can she do? It kind of pushed us, I guess, to stay in the church because we didn't really have anywhere to go.
But the deeper Leah's family fell into the church, the more they grew apart.
The mother, daughter, son, father.
So again, similar to what I had said earlier about the Ventura fires that happened, remember? Were all those families and houses that got burnt down, and those families had nowhere to pretty much go? Imagine that same exact scenario happening in the church of Scientology is right there at the ending corner of your block.
Their thing is taken away. Now, Scientology is your teacher. Scientology is your parent. Those roles are taken away pretty early on. They put very little significance on interpersonal relationships between family members.
Leah watched as her mom prioritized her work for the church over her and her sister.
She was never home, really, at the church morning, noon, and night.
It changed the dynamic of our lives, needless to say.
What was told to me was, look at what you're doing for the world. This is more important than your family.
Did you believe that?
Yeah. I'm benefiting the planet by doing this. You know, it'll help my kids in the long run.
I don't think people know the amount of dedication it takes to be in this organization. I mean, it was every day, 3.5 hours minimum, 7 days a week usually. You know, I'm working most of my time. And then the other time was spent at the church. And so minimal time is really spent with your family.
But when Leah was interrogated after Tom's wedding, she realized nobody was safe.
My family started getting interrogated on this lie detector, the E-meter. For asking questions, I was getting punished. For asking questions, my family started to get punished. They were interrogating my family now and trying to turn my family against me. The church's biggest weapon is their policy called disconnection. It says that a parishioner shun their family member or friends.
Leah knew if she continued fighting for the truth, she'd be risking too much.
Walk away from everybody that I've ever known and cut ties with my own husband, my own mother, because you don't know what they're going to decide. Very often, my experience is people choose the church. I had to retract everything I said. I said I made it all up. I didn't see any of it.
Whoa.
To get out of there.
After Leah was released, she tried to carry on as normal, but one day while out with her daughter, she had an unsettling realization.
I remember I was on course one day and I was at one of these hotels in Florida and I saw my daughter swimming for the first time while I'm doing, like, reading this thing. And like a tear came down my face and I was like, what am I doing? The moment hit me that I was now doing the same thing to my daughter, that my mother sent a message to me that what she was doing was more important. No matter what's going on in your life, your child loves and needs you.
King of Queens star Leah Remini opening up about her very public split from the Church of Scientology. For years, she was a staunch and high-profile member of the church, but left it earlier this month.
The church claimed that she was expelled for unethical conduct. Leah denied the claims, saying it was her choice to leave. But ultimately, there was a bigger question hanging in the air. Would Leah's family disconnect from her? Even after dedicating decades of her life to Scientology, when Leah left, her mom decided to leave too, along with everyone else in their family.
Did you ever have a moment of thinking, man, maybe I'll stay with the church?
Never. It was never a thought.
Finally free, the first thing Leah did was file a missing persons report for Shelley Miscavige.
It was sending a message to them that it's not okay. I had given a letter with the police report that said it was to Shelley if they found her. Shelley, go with this man now. I'm going to take care of you. I'll take care of your legal fees.
So you think she's a prisoner?
If she's alive and well, the second best case scenario would be, yes, that she's being held prisoner.
The LAPD told us after we covered the story, quote, our missing persons detectives have met with the alleged missing person. Within the past 2 days, we consider the case closed.
They said that they had made contact with her and she didn't want to be found. I said, did you see her or was somebody speaking on her behalf? You ready for the answer? That's classified.
Even after years of no news, Leah continued her fight for Shelley, inspiring others to join her.
Where is Shelley Miscavige?
Where's Shelley and what happened?
Where is Shelley?
We're looking at like 17 years of a person just missing. She has not appeared in public since 2005.
So many people believe that she was murdered or is being held captive and tortured. Why wouldn't they prove that that is not the case for their image as well?
But it wasn't just Shelley who needed Leah's help.
My story pales in comparison to what happened to other people, how people are bullied into silence. What I have is I'm an actress, and I'm able to speak, and I'm able to give a voice to people who might not have an Ellen to go on. Yeah. So for that, I feel lucky, and I feel blessed, and I feel it's kind of what my path is right now.
Now Leah is taking on the church again in her new docuseries called Leah Remini, Scientology and Its Aftermath.
We deal with not only with our own pain, our own family's pain, but we deal with contributors every day. with dealing with their aftermath of Scientology. We know all the people who are devastated by Scientology, either by losing a family member, through death, and there was disconnection before that, or having their family destroyed and their son or daughter lives down the street from them. When the cameras turn off, these people don't have their sons and daughters. We're disgusted by it, we're enraged by it. It's a lot. It's a lot, but it's worth it.
With her family by her side, Leah could now discover who she truly was.
When you were raised in something and you were taught to think a certain way, a lot of times you grow up thinking that's the way I think. I'm learning there's a new world out here. I'm still, like everybody else, trying to find my way, finding out what I really am about. We're so often taught to appear one way, but really secretly we're another way. And finding out who you really are is not something that you do overnight. That's part of getting out of any bad relationship. There's a lot of work to do.
How does the experience Scientology affect the way you parent now?
I think the biggest thing is the love.
Yeah.
Is the unconditional love. Is that we all say, we love you, like it's a constant thing.
Yeah.
I always am very clear about, I love you. I want you to know that I love you, no matter what. And that's something that we were not taught in Scientology. And I think that's an important message that we now send our children, that we love you no matter what you are.
Very well said. Very well said. So, with that being said, I want to look at a quick list of the different celebrities that are within Scientology. In certain examples, I should say. They even give you a hint of just how big this network is. Because remember, another form of their way of manipulation and getting people in is through influencers. As we know about John Travolta already. Which, interesting enough,
I was able to speak with somebody that was so cocky. And I remember telling him, I know you from Look Who's Talking. That's all. And I remember everybody laughing at me because I was 15 and I'm like, the only thing that I know you from, John Travolta, is Look Who's Talking.
Anywho, the Church of Scientology has been in the peripheral awareness of those of us interested in pop culture for decades. But for the most part, many believed it to be kooky religion that Hollywood's elite tended to gravitate toward. We didn't know a whole lot about it until former member Leah Remini decided to blow the lid off of a whole deal of it. So, you have here Emily Strong, of course, John Travolta, Catherine Bell, oh my goodness, Elizabeth Moss, Ann Archer, Marisol Nichols, Tom Cruise, of course, and then Danny and Christopher Masterson. Now, Danny Masterson is an interesting story in itself. Very interesting story in itself. As Leah seems to think that the Church of Scientology, allegedly, has a slight dealings with what happened with him. Exhibit A.
For the victims of Danny Masterson, today was a day of reckoning. The former actor and now convicted felon brought to justice. Masterson's two victims, who have not been publicly identified, termed Jane Doe 1 and 2, saw their attacker in court sentenced to 30 years to life.
I feel really happy that the victims feel that justice has been served.
After two mistrials ultimately led to a conviction in May, the former actor appearing in an LA courthouse today. Jane Doe 1 today saying through tears, "I wish I'd reported him sooner to the police." Jane Doe 2 telling Masterson, "You relish in hurting women. It is your addiction. It is without question your favorite thing to do."
The reaction from the victims in the courtroom was kind of a mixture of relief, but also sadness and a lot of just mixed emotions about what had happened. This had been a long road, and the victim impact statements about what this has done to their lives and how this has disrupted them and stolen their joy were very emotional. So it was some relief to see what was happening, but I think it was also just an overwhelming moment for them.
Sexual assault victims who feel that too much time has gone by. Why should I come forward? Is anybody going to take me seriously? Is it going to be worth it? I think what this shows is, yes, there is justice despite all of that.
The charges? 2 counts of rape dating back to 2003 when the 2 unidentified victims and Masterson were practicing Scientologists. Masterson, who's 47 years old, could be 77 by the time he gets out of prison, if ever released at all. A long fall from grace for the ex-sitcom star.
Mr. Masterson did not commit the crimes for which he has been convicted, and we and the appellate lawyers, who are the best and the brightest in the country, are confident that these convictions will be overturned.
Oh man, see, that's why I didn't want to tell you. You'd get all after-school special on me.
Masterson once starred as the wisecracking best friend on That 70s Show. Alongside co-stars Topher Grace, Mila Kunis, and Ashton Kutcher, the show propelled him to stardom.
It's okay. You're home now.
Get off me, man.
You let me love you, orphan boy.
The accusations against Masterson.
You have no accent, though. You have no Long Island accent that I can discern.
Not really. I've been in LA for like 10 years.
Mm-hmm. And it just goes away naturally, right?
It goes away naturally, and then there's also certain words that there's nothing you can do about. Like my friend Bodie Elfman, he always teases me and he says, "Hi, my name is Danny Masterson. Would you like to touch my balls?" You know, doing an imitation of me. Because certain words
why
you
are you
just can't
asking
get away
people
with.
to do that? That's the more important question.
I mean, you got them.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean?
Accent aside,
everybody should grab.
That's the more important thing.
Exactly.
I've heard about you. And you'll be caught soon. I know you will.
I will.
The story of an actor on a hit TV show, a member of the Church of Scientology, and 3 former church members who say he raped them. Danny Masterson, best known for his role as Stephen Hyde on That 70s Show, which aired on Fox for 8 seasons, ending in 2006. Now 47, Masterson was convicted in May of raping 2 women at his home in separate incidents between 2001 and 2003. The jury deadlocked on a rape charge involving the 3rd woman. On Thursday, yesterday, Masterson, who continues to deny the allegations, was sentenced to prison, 30 years to life. Masterson's attorneys say he will appeal the convictions. But there is more to this story. Questions about the role of the Church of Scientology and whether it played any role and why justice was so long in coming in this case. Scientology, a relatively new religion, is secretive and litigious and has regularly found its legitimacy challenged, including opposition from the medical community to its claims about mental health and e-meters, devices that supposedly monitor the body's electric flow, while so-called auditors ask would-be members questions to discover sources of trauma. The Scientology connection is important here because, as Rolling Stone reported, witnesses testified at the trial that Scientology has an expressly written doctrine that not only discourages but prohibits its members from reporting one another to law enforcement. Now, during their testimony and at the sentencing, as well as in separate civil lawsuits, Masterson's accusers said that church officials tried to silence them and cover up for Danny Masterson. During the trial, Variety reported that the women claimed, quote, the church dissuaded them from reporting Masterson to the police. Prosecutors argued throughout the trial that Masterson had taken advantage of his position in the church to rape women without fear of repercussion, and that the church forbid women from going to the police to report sexual assault, unquote. The Los Angeles Times says during closing arguments, prosecutor Ariel Anson told the jury, quote, the church tells his victims rape isn't rape. You caused this. And above all, you can't go to law enforcement, unquote. Hours after Masterson's sentencing, the Church of Scientology responded by re-releasing its statement from the day of his conviction in May. It says, in part, there's not a scintilla of evidence supporting the scandalous allegations that the church harassed the accusers. The church has no policy prohibiting or discouraging members from reporting criminal conduct of anyone, unquote. Among those in the courtroom yesterday to support the women, actress and advocate Leah Remini, a former member of the Church of Scientology, who's been an outspoken critic. She joins us now with Mike Render, a former Church of Scientology senior executive and Remini's co-host of the podcast Fair Game. Thanks to both of you for being here. Leah, let me start with you. Variety reports that one of the accusers, identified as Jane Doe number 1, testified, quote, "My understanding from Scientology my entire life was that you can never be a victim. Nothing ever happens to you that you didn't cause. No matter what condition you find yourself in life, no matter how horrible, you are responsible. You created that," unquote. Do you see Scientology itself on trial here in any way?
Well, it's not. Well, it should be on trial. They should have been a co-defendant in this case. Yes, Scientology policy should be looked at. Unfortunately, they have tax exemption. But however, this is absolutely true. It's absolutely law. It's absolutely policy of Scientology. I was a Scientologist most of my life, and Mike, the former head of the Office of Special Affairs. And that is not her understanding. That is the law of Scientology. We are not allowed to report crimes to the authorities. We're not allowed to sue each other. So that's absolute law.
And when you watched the Leah, what was that experience like?
It was heartbreaking. I've been involved supporting the Jane Does as well, Mike, for 7 years. I've had my own experiences with it. This is one story out of thousands, if not. I mean, I don't want anybody to think I'm being, I'm exaggerating for any reason, but to tell the truth. However, this is just one of many cases that Scientology has been involved in attempting to obstruct justice. And Mike could also speak to that, but it's the absolute policy of Scientology. And I think they should be held accountable, which is some of the basis of part of the basis of my lawsuit, so that people can come forward, victims can come forward, people are allowed to report crimes concerning Scientologists, Sea Org members, as well as civilian Scientologists. People should not be in fear of retaliation for a multi-billion-dollar organization calling itself a church, for fear of what they do to people.
Okay, so there are many different forms of these celebrities being within the Scientology. Or should I say, influenced by Scientology. One form of it would be Kim Kardashian and her acceptance of the robot. Pretty much the acceptance of different beings being with us human beings, if you get what I mean. Remember her photo shoot she did recently, and the backlash she got of that?
Okay, hi.
We're in different times, ladies
Can you
and gentlemen.
do this? I love you. You know how to do that? Okay. Okay, hi. Can you do this? I love you. You know how to do that? Okay. What should we do? Go running. Let's go for a run. Do you know how to do... Oh, you are Hawaiian. Okay. Okay. Hi. Can you do this? I love you.
Okay. And besides that, you have other forms of pretty much pledging your allegiance. I'm a reptilian albino alligator costume, which Kim Kardashian did for Halloween. Eyes and all. Eyes and all. And then you have SZA. Who supposedly people were saying did this often. In her Storytime video and teaser, she went full-blown alien. So very similar to a lot of celebrities who pretty much, have not said that they're into Scientology, but pretty much does claim it. I will get into TDE on another note, but not this one. Again, different forms of celebrating Scientology and being within the church. Now, before it gets too far along, I do want to share with everyone. I do need to share with everyone the South Park episode.
In Hollywood at that time, Scientology was just simply a no-go. The lawyers would just say no. And whether they said, look, you're right, this should be completely up for parody, we don't want to risk it, and we don't want to go to court, and they sue everybody.
Our number one story in the countdown tonight, Cruise, Scientology, and South Park.
We were told that the people involved with Mission Impossible 3 demanded that show be pulled off the air, and it was.
One of the touchiest episodes was about Scientology, a notoriously litigious group.
Isaac Hayes recently quit his job as the voice of the character Chef.
Goodbye.
But half the battle was just getting it out. Once it had gone on the air, you couldn't put it back.
Hayes said he left because of, quote, inappropriate ridicule of religious community. So, Scientology, you may have won this battle, but the million-year war for Earth has just begun.
All right, class, I hope you enjoyed that little intro I made. As you can see, today we're talking about one of South Park's most controversial episodes. Now, if you have attended any of my lectures in the past, you're probably well aware of the fact that South Park is pretty controversial. In fact, you probably have at least some knowledge on the controversy we'll be talking about today, considering its large section in my most popular lecture and the large-scale news coverage it received at the time. But even if you watched that lecture, you probably don't know the details of the situation, and through my research, I discovered that this rabbit hole goes so much deeper than I ever thought possible. Today, we're talking about that time that South Park took on one of the scariest looming threats in all of Hollywood, an organization that struck fear into the hearts of anyone who considered speaking out against them, considered for many years to be completely off limits to criticism. We're talking about Scientology. Well, you see, all of that scary and threatening stuff I just said used to be true. That is until South Park made this episode and proved that they were significantly more bark than bite. In fact, it's very likely that this single episode of South Park not only exposed the true nature of Scientology to the general public for the very first time, but started a chain reaction of events that caused such immense, irreversible damage to the group that their continuing descent into obscurity can be directly traced back to the release of this episode. To put it simply, this cartoon directly led to the downfall of the world's most successful cult. It also might have caused some more minor effects outside of Scientology. For example, it led to threats of legal action from one of the most famous people in the world. It nearly canceled the media tour for Mission Impossible 3. It led to an incredibly invasive private investigation that included attempted espionage. It caused one of the main voice actors from the show to quit after 10 years, and it might have even been the inciting incident that would lead to that same actor's untimely death just a few years later. You know, just minor stuff. Now, that might sound like a lot, but I promise you all will be explained in time. And trust me, we haven't even scratched the surface yet. Because this is that time South Park took down an entire religion. You know what else Tom Cruise is often associated with? Fighter jets. And you know who else loves fighter jets? Everyone, so that's why you should go. Comprehensive vehicle combat game is incredibly count, and this is what Scientology was like before the release of this episode. In short, they didn't know much. In 2005, Scientology had already been around for decades, with many sources claiming the church reached its peak anywhere from the late 70s to the early 90s. In terms of how many Scientologists there were at their peak, they knew they had to share it with the public, and this would be the beginning of the end.
Stan, do you want to hear the great secret doctrine of life behind Scientology?
Sure.
All right, go ahead and tell him.
On November 16, 2005, episode 12 of the 9th season of South Park would air on Comedy Central, simply titled Trapped in the Closet. The episode opens with the boys looking for something fun to do on a Saturday, with Stan insisting that they do something that's free since he's saving up for a new bike. Cartman, being annoyed by this, reminds Stan of the first law of physics.
Anything that's fun costs at least $8.
The rest of the boys then go to play laser tag. Side note, you know you're broke when even Kenny can afford to do something that you can't. So while Stan is out looking for some fun free activities, he just so happens to pass by some friendly folks offering free personality tests and talking about something called Scientology. Apparently, it's a cool new thing, as celebrities like Tom Cruise and John Travolta are Scientologists themselves. Stan begins to notice that all of this is very religion-like, so he asks about it, and their response isn't very reassuring.
Then how come that sign says Church of Scientology?
Oh, that's just his thing. What's the Denver Broncos record now, 6-2?
One of the Scientologists then begins asking Stan some questions, and by the time he's done, he comes to the conclusion that Stan is horribly, miserable, and depressed. In his mind, there is only one solution to this.
What do I do?
It's very simple. We just need $240.
Stan then heads home to discuss his depression with his parents, asking them to pay for the $200.
Stanley, I didn't know you were miserable.
Neither did I!
They say that if he really wants it, he should spend the money he's been saving for his bike. And even though he's a bit more hesitant, he decides that it's worth it.
Yeah, well, just like the rest of us, you have to make choices with your money. You want a bike, or do you want to not be depressed?
Upon paying the fee, they begin to explain the history of Scientology to Stan. The founder and prophet goes by the name of L. Ron Hubbard. Now, L. Ron has his own extensive history that the episode doesn't dive into in detail. However, they do mention the fact that he was a science fiction writer. During his life, he built up a rather large resume as a serial scammer and is known for some absolutely incredible quotes, such as, "You don't get rich writing science fiction. If you want to get rich, you start a religion." Bit on the nose there, L. Ron. They continue to explain that he discovered that the body has thetans that cause negative emotions, which can be read by a device called an e-meter. Now, at this point, you may notice that it seems like they really did a lot of research into how Scientology recruits people, and according to ex-Scientologists, their portrayal is very accurate.
So these are actual questions on Scientology's personality test.
We just need $240.
I mean, that's exactly how that goes. The standard response to every item on the test evaluation, they go, Scientology can help you with that. And then they sell you an introductory course.
Well, there's a reason for that. First of all, I want to give a huge shout out to Andrew Gold. Funnily enough, he's the same guy who interviewed Jesse Morton, the man who made the threats towards South Park after episode 200. Made a whole video about that if you want to check it out. But Andrew also interviewed Mark Headley, an ex-Scientologist who now advocates against Scientology. This interview provided me with tons of information about how exactly South Park impacted Scientology, and I highly recommend you go listen to it if you have the time, as I will be referencing it throughout this video. In this interview, Mark mentions that one of the reasons South Park was so knowledgeable on Scientology is because they consulted with a man named Mark Ebner, a journalist who had been researching Scientology for decades, going as far as to go undercover as a potential recruit for Scientology. He's essentially an expert in Scientology, and Matt and Trey worked directly with him while making this episode. So while Stan gets his thetan levels read, they quickly realize that Stan is a very special boy.
There was only one person who ever registered OT9 in the history of our church. Our prophet has returned.
Word spreads fast, and before he knows it, Stan's house is swarmed by Scientologists hoping to get a look at the reincarnation of their prophet. One of the more excited followers even found their way into Stan's room. Of course, it's Tom Cruise, who seeks approval in his acting abilities from Stan. Stan's answer isn't exactly what Tom was looking for, and he heads to the only place he knows.
Well, I mean, you're not like as good as Leonardo DiCaprio, but you're okay, I guess. You're not Gene Hackman or that guy that played Napoleon Dynamite, but you're okay. Hey! Dad! Tom Cruise won't come out of the closet!
Tom Cruise won't come out of the closet. What a play on words with that shit. And trust when I tell you, South Park is genius when it comes to playing on shit and trapped out the closet.
Try as they might, they cannot manage to get Tom Cruise to leave the closet, even when R. Kelly shows up to give his 2 cents.
Well, I was just standing here, and Tom Cruise locked himself in the closet. So I pull out my gun.
The current leader of
My Lord.
Scientology.
Of all, again, the play on words. We're talking about Scientology, trafficking, and who comes to rescue someone that's trapped in a closet. You guessed it. Mr. Come and get your passport. Do you want to come with Rob to America?
G decides that Stan needs to know all of the secrets of
America.
Scientology, so he sits him down to explain the actual beliefs of Scientologists. I'm not going to explain the whole clip, I'll link it in the description if you want to watch it, but the story is incredibly fantastical. It includes tales of Lord Xenu, aliens, intergalactic...
Do you have your passport?
Airplanes, soul catchers, brainwashing, and alien souls possessing mankind. Completely unrelated, but remember how they mentioned L. Ron Hubbard was a science fiction writer? Anyways. Throughout the entire 2-minute scene, a text box appears at the bottom of the screen reading, "This is what Scientologists actually believe," in all caps. And as it turns out, yeah, this is what Scientologists actually believe. But actually, the vast majority of Scientologists don't know this story, as it's kept very secret. Now you may be thinking, why would a religion that's trying to convert people want to keep their beliefs secret? Isn't that kind of like the opposite of what you would want to do? And that's correct. In fact, if I didn't know any better, I might say that this behavior seems to be more in line with what a cult would do. But as we'll talk about in a little bit, there's a good reason why they don't want this information out there. So after Stan is educated on the full truth of Scientology, he's asked to continue where he left off and add to the sacred doctrine. Meanwhile, Tom Cruise is still in the closet, refusing to leave. In fact, he's denying that he's even in the closet to begin with.
It's time for you to come out of the closet.
I'm not in the closet.
So while Stan is writing his new sacred doctrine, the rest of the boys tell him that they're concerned about his involvement in this cult, to which Stan denies that it even is a cult and claims that he's found meaning in it.
I didn't know you were depressed. Neither did I. But now, if you guys can't accept this great thing I belong to, then I suppose we're no longer friends.
Back with Tom Cruise, he is still in the closet, so they try to use fellow Scientologist John Travolta to get him out. This of course just leads to John Travolta going into the closet as well, now also refusing to come out. And of course, R. Kelly just gets angrier.
And I pull out my gun! Oh, Jesus, here we go with the gun again.
When Stan...
And of all people, John Travolta goes into the closet next. Oh my goodness gracious. I love South Park, don't y'all?
Shares his new writings with the leader of Scientology, he's very excited about them, until Stan reveals the most dramatic change that he's added.
And best of all, I wrote that all the Scientologists should no longer have to pay money to belong.
What?
He then goes on to reveal his true intentions with Scientology.
You don't actually believe this crap, do you? Those people out there buy that crap, but I thought you were smart enough to see what was really going on. What's better than telling people a stupid story and having them believe you? Having them pay you for it, stupid! That's how a scam works. But this is a scam on a global scale.
Stan is rather caught off guard at first, but when he starts talking about making millions of dollars...
Bro just pretty much said it. This is scamming on a global scale right there. Global.
He remembers how he needs a
Do you have your passport?
new bike, and he's a lot more receptive to it.
Yeah, I get you.
Then keep writing, Elron. Your people are waiting.
Meanwhile, Tom Cruise and John Travolta are still in the closet, and they still refuse to come out, even after R. Kelly is sent up there to get them out. R. Kelly then gets curious, and who would have thought, he ends up in the closet as well.
Now I'm in the closet. Now I'm in the closet too.
In the morning, Stan is ready to share his new doctrine with the world. He begins to read, but as he looks out across the sea of people and recognizes just how much this means to so many of them, he knows that he can't do it. He decides that it's best for these people to know the real truth.
We're all looking for answers, you know? Sometimes we want to know the answers so badly that we believe just about anything. I'm not the reincarnation of L. Ron Hubbard. And Scientology is just a big fat global scam.
This does not go over very well, and all of the Scientologists begin to threaten to sue Stan. This includes Tom Cruise, who finally made it out of the closet, as Stan adamantly defends himself against the threats. This is referencing the fact that Scientology has a very long history of taking legal action against those who have come out against them, starting lawsuits in several different countries over the course of many, many years. The episode comes to an end with Stan making a final proclamation against the group, and it's pretty clearly meant to be the creators themselves speaking directly to Scientology.
Okay, good. Do it. I'm not scared of you. Sue me.
And as the credits roll, they play into the joke even further by refusing to show any of the actual names of the staff who worked on the episode. Instead, they replace every name with Jane or John Smith.
Pure fucking genius. So you can't hunt down anybody that was making this episode, because guess what? They're all named John and Jane Smith, damn it.
And that's where the episode ends. It's one of my favorites. It has hilarious moments and some scathing commentary, but all around it's a pretty typical episode of South Park. And I gotta say, I'm absolutely certain that all parties being referenced acted completely reasonably after this episode. I really doubt that there was any sort of extreme backlash. Yeah, we probably should have seen this coming, especially since this is the second time I made that joke. As you might imagine, Scientology wasn't exactly happy about their portrayal in this episode. I didn't really get into it in the intro, but I mentioned that before this, Scientology was seen as off limits in the media. People were scared to talk about them at all. The reason for that is that they have a long history of doing things that are best described as batshit crazy. They're kind of known for going to the most extreme lengths if it ensured that they would get their way, especially if it meant protecting their image. For example, in the podcast, Mark mentions that the group perpetrated the largest infiltration of the US government in history, as thousands of Scientologists were hired into positions in various government organizations and offices in an effort to dispose of unfavorable records about Scientology. Yes, that is real, you can Google it. It's called Operation Snow White. So if they were willing to go that far with the US government, you would assume they definitely weren't about to sit by and watch as a cartoon expose their best kept secret to the entire world. So they started digging. You see, Scientologist has a branch known as the Office of Special Affairs, or the OSA, whose job it is to essentially investigate and harass anyone that they deem to be enemies of Scientology. Not only that, according to Mark, they have people whose full-time job it is to scrub through every video about Scientology that exists on the internet and transcribe and summarize them.
And they're printing out and making copies of and transcribing every single video that gets done about Scientology on the internet. Everything.
Which means they are definitely doing that to this video right now. So,
whoever is doing that, and they're doing that to these YouTube videos of mine, I know you get no pussy in life. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for you. I pray for you. But it is not my fault that you have a miserable job and no life. I apologize that you chose this position in watching 24 hours of meaningless shit because your life feels meaningless. I'm sorry.
Hello, Scientologists watching this. Hope you're doing good. I'm sure that's a very tiring job. So, best of luck to you. So in 2011, former Scientologist Mark Rathburn, who was the third Mark connected to Scientology that we've talked about in this video, uploaded some documents to his blog about Scientology's look into South Park. These documents detailed how the OSA had been in the process of conducting a full-blown investigation into Trey Parker and Matt Stone, discussing potential, quote, direct lines to Matt and Trey through connections such as friends. Quote, one is Matthew Prager, who has been a friend since 1991. Another is John Stamos, who is best friends with Matt Stone. Apparently, his ex-wife, Rebecca Roman, is also good friends with Stone. These documents also detail what they call special collections, or the methods they would use to gather information on Matt and Trey. This included things like going through their trash, purchasing their phone records, hacking airline reservations, and purchasing bank records. According to Mark Headley, they would also do things like get information on the company's catering to South Park Studios, just in case they eventually wanted to get someone to work for those companies to get inside the offices, and they would also do things like write down every license plate in the parking lot and run them to identify the owners of every car. They even went as far as to attempt to hire a film student to act as a spy and get a job at South Park Studios. I'm just going to go ahead and read the whole document for this one because it's short and it is unbelievably funny. A PI met with a young filmmaker who recently graduated college, who was a student of Eric Sherman. The filmmaker recently did an interview with Lloyd Kaufman, a friend of Trey Parker and Matt Stone. He has agreed to assist to establish some comm lines in the South Park Studios and to try and get intelligence on their plans with regard to Scientology. He is going to approach Kaufman to see if Kaufman can get him an introduction to Parker and Stone and either possibly get a job as an intern there or as a writer. Parentheses, he has seen every episode of South Park. Like, if that's all it takes, Scientology, hook me up, dude. Like, I think I even have a better resume than that guy. So Scientology quite literally did everything that they could in a massive, coordinated effort to dig up something negative about Matt or Trey that they could hurt them with. So, what did this meticulous and exhaustive investigation reveal about Matt Stone, Trey Parker, and anyone else at South Park Studios? Absolutely nothing. Scientology has never released a single piece of information that was negative or embarrassing about any employees at South Park Studios. So unless this investigation was even more extensive than we thought and it's still going on nearly 20 years later, it's safe to assume that they just didn't find anything of interest. But why were they so mad in the first place? Why is it so important to keep their beliefs secret? And why would they go to such extreme lengths to get revenge on two dudes who made a cartoon about them? Well, there's a few reasons for that. Firstly, because their religion commands them to. You see, our old friend Elron created a policy for Scientology long ago that he dubbed Fair Game Law, which identified that, quote, any action taken against a suppressive person or group is, quote, fair game. That pretty much means if someone is talking bad about Scientology, it's your job to make sure that they stop. I don't care how you do it, make sure they stop. And despite the fact that Scientologists claim this practice was discontinued decades ago, their actions speak a lot louder than their words. So that explains a lot of their history of aggressively trying to silence their opposition with lawsuits and threats. For example, Mark mentions a case where they tried to sue a whistleblower of the church but ended up having to pay her millions of dollars. As he said, their strategy is always to either threaten you or to bribe you. And let me be clear in saying that Scientology, I'm sure you're not too happy about this video being up and reminding everyone of all the bad stuff you do, but I do have some great news for you. My journalistic integrity can be bought for a lot less than $1 million. I mean, you could just slide me $50K and this video will cease to exist, no questions asked. I'm just saying. But that still doesn't explain why they insisted that their beliefs remain a secret. You know, the whole Lord Xenu and aliens.
Fuck that, give me $2 million.
Souls watching movies or whatever. Why does it matter that South Park talked about all of that? Well, you see, South Park talking about these confidential beliefs was the single action that would seal Scientology's fate for good. Allow me to explain. As I mentioned earlier, the general public knew very little about Scientology at the time, just like the Scientologists wanted. All the alien stuff had been leaked onto the internet at this point, but only the most niche corners of the internet were aware, and Scientology had done a really good job of silencing anyone who dared to share this information through essentially abusing copyright laws. So basically, no one knew about any of this at the time, and it had received no widespread media coverage. At the same time, 90% of Scientologists knew very little about Scientology. The stuff about Lord Xenu and alien souls, only a tiny number of Scientologists actually knew about any of that stuff. Mark Headley says that he was at the international headquarters of Scientology for 15 years and he never learned about any of that stuff. He first learned all of that stuff from the South Park episode, and he didn't even believe it at first. He had to confirm it with his wife, who was previously a higher ranking official in Scientology, and she told him that, yeah, that's exactly what they believe. And the reason that no Scientologists know about this stuff is because in order to learn about it, you have to make it to operating Thetan level 3. OT levels in Scientology function essentially as a video game ranking system that determines how enlightened you are. But unfortunately, you can't climb this ranked ladder by grinding out MMR over time. This game is pay to win, because the only way you're moving up the ladder is with money. And while OT3 may not seem very high, Mark estimates that by the time a Scientologist has reached OT level 3, they have spent upwards of $200,000 on Scientology. Now you may be starting to see why Scientology was pretty upset about this. For the first time ever, the true beliefs of Scientology were shared with the entire world. Even Jenna Miscavige, the niece of David Miscavige, who's the dude who's been the leader of Scientology since the 80s, has talked about how she learned about the Xenu stuff from South Park.
But it did get out. I mean, it eventually...
it did, from South Park.
From South Park.
Yeah, that's where I learned about it.
Wow.
This story that was previously only accessible behind a $200,000 paywall was now completely free public information that everyone knew about. As you would imagine, this would essentially destroy Scientology's entire business model, since they profited off of people who were seeking the truth.
What's better than telling people a stupid story and having them believe you? Having them pay you for it, stupid!
Combine that with the fact that the story itself sounds like, well, a poorly written science fiction novel, and you can pretty much guarantee that anyone that hears about this will never be joining your religion. However, the release of the episode didn't immediately cripple Scientology. You see, they had their own unique form of contingency. According to Mark, in the church, Scientologists were taught that you could not hear anything about higher OT levels until you made it to those levels yourself. If you did happen to learn about levels that you haven't reached yet, you would get pneumonia and die. So, luckily for Scientology, if any of their members saw any of the stuff in this episode, if they didn't die of pneumonia the next day, then it couldn't be true. Because of this, a lot of the members at the time just thought that it wasn't what Scientologists actually believe. And because the vast majority of these people would never reach OT level 3, it didn't even matter, since they'd never really even know. So while in the short term, it wasn't a massive blow to Scientology, the real way that South Park took down Scientology was by opening the door for others. After South Park ruthlessly went after Scientology and came out completely unscathed, everyone else saw that and thought, I guess Scientology isn't all that scary. There's nothing they can really do. And from that moment on, Scientology was the laughingstock of religions. No one is afraid to make fun of them anymore, now that they realize that the worst they can do is send some vaguely threatening letters and dig through your trash. Now everyone knows about Scientology's weird beliefs about Lord Xenu and his army of alien ghosts, and we can all point and laugh at them because of how stupid that is. Most importantly, no one who knows anything about them will join their scam ever again. They have to rely solely on people who live under a rock because the vast majority of the public knows what Scientology is really about. And despite the church's claims of continued growth, some estimates place the total number of Scientologists at less than 10,000 in 2023, a far cry from their numbers long ago. And all of this is the case because South Park wasn't afraid to go after the boogeyman nearly 20 years ago. Even their biggest spokesperson, our boy Tom Cruise, seems to be moving away from the church as rumors spread about him distancing himself. You know, speaking of Tom Cruise, did he ever make it out of that closet? I totally forgot to check up on him.
Go away!
No, it doesn't seem like he came out of the closet yet, but it does seem like he threatened to sue South Park. Reports say that Tom wasn't too happy about his portrayal in this episode, with Matt and Trey wanting to joke about the rumors that Tom Cruise might be secretly gay. When they discussed this idea with their lawyers, they pointed out that Cruise has a history of suing people who had spoken about his sexuality. So, because this is South Park, their loophole was to place Mr. Cruise in an actual closet. Sources close to Tom Cruise claimed that he was not happy about this, which is completely shocking because he seemed so convincing when he said this.
I have never worried, Matt, about what other people think and what other people say.
There were rumors that Cruise still threatened to sue South Park, but these were never confirmed. However, it seemed like Tom might be the one to get the last laugh, because only a few months later came the legendary Closet Gate. You see, they had planned to rebroadcast the episode on Comedy Central in March, but suddenly, and without any explanation, the episode was canceled and replaced with another. Immediately, speculation about Tom Cruise's involvement in the pulling of the episode was seen all over, with anonymous sources claiming that Tom himself had the episode pulled. The narrative was that during his Mission Impossible 3 publicity tour, Cruise had caught wind of the rebroadcast, and he told Paramount, the studio behind Mission Impossible, that he would boycott his own publicity tour if the episode was aired on Comedy Central. Comedy Central was also owned by Paramount, so it made sense that Cruise could do something like this. 2 days later, Matt and Trey would release their own official statements on the matter, which went exactly as you would expect it to.
So, Scientology, you may have won this battle, but the million-year war for Earth has just begun. You have obstructed us for now, but your feeble bid to save humanity will fail.
Fans of the show were not very happy about the situation, as they rushed to spread pirated copies of the episode online to ensure that it wasn't censored. The full episode was even uploaded on YouTube, where it would amass over 700,000 views. When asked about this, Comedy Central even said that they didn't even ask to have it removed, pretty much confirming that they didn't seem to mind this kind of piracy. A couple months later, Matt and Trey even hosted a public screening of the episode in a London theater, handing out free copies of the episode to attendees afterwards. They wanted as many people as possible to see this episode, and more importantly, they didn't want to be defeated by Tom Cruise. It would be months before the episode would be rebroadcasted, but eventually in June of 2006, it was broadcasted for the first time since the initial airing. Now, during all of this, Tom Cruise remained adamant that he had absolutely nothing to do with the pulling of the episode. He would discuss it in an interview on ABC, and even though I couldn't find the video of it, I'm gonna read the quote here, and you can tell me whether you believe it or not. First of all, could you ever imagine sitting down with anyone? I would never sit down with someone and question them on their beliefs. Here's the thing. I'm really not even going to dignify this. I honestly didn't even really know about it. I'm working, making my movie. I've got my family. I'm busy. I don't spend my days going, what are people saying about me? Yeah, whatever you say, Tom. But that pretty much rounds out the Tom Cruise era of South Park controversy, leaving us with only one more thing to talk about. Following the airing of this episode, Isaac Hayes, the voice actor for Chef, would quit from the show. Hayes was a Scientologist, and shortly after, he published a statement berating the show for being intolerant and bigoted towards religious beliefs. Matt Stone would release his own statement, clapping back at Hayes, calling out the hypocrisy in profiting off of making fun of every other religion, but not being able to take it when it's his turn. The very first episode of the following season saw a plot in which Chef would be brainwashed by a cult, leaving all of his friends in South Park behind. Despite their best attempts, the boys are unable to rescue him from the cult, where he suffers an absolutely horrific death. This would be the last of Chef that we would see in South Park. Then, 2 years after his departure from the show, Hayes would pass away from a stroke at the age of 65. The circumstances surrounding his death were rather odd, but we'll come back to that in a second. Years later, Isaac Hayes' son would come out and state that his father had suffered from a stroke in January of 2006, which left him unable to speak or comprehend much of anything. During this time, everyone around him was involved in Scientology, so while suffering from obvious brain damage, Scientology quit on his behalf. And as it turns out, Hayes' son wasn't the first to make this accusation, as journalist Roger Friedman, who was a close friend of Hayes, wrote an article the day after Hayes' death that essentially makes the same claims, as well as some shocking ones that I had somehow never heard of until I started researching for this video. He describes an interaction with Matt Stone shortly after the release of the episode, in which he details Hayes coming to him in tears, stating that he was under pressure from Scientology and that he would be forced to quit if they didn't stop making fun of it. A week later, he was performing Chef songs at a ball, indicating that his relationship with South Park was as strong as ever. But after his stroke, he had been severely mentally and physically impaired, barely recognizing Roger at one of his disastrous shows. And then, just a couple years later, came his untimely death. On August 10th, 2008, Isaac Hayes was found unresponsive in his home on the ground next to a running treadmill. The cause of death for Hayes was determined to be another stroke, however, an autopsy was never done. This left a lot more questions than answers. Why would someone who's recovering from a stroke be on a treadmill alone in their house? Why didn't they do an autopsy? The potential answers all seem to point exactly where we expect them to. As Roger Friedman mentions in his article, and as we talked about earlier, Scientology is very much against any kind of psychiatric care or psychotropic drugs. which just so happened to be precisely the kind of drugs that would be routine in helping someone recover from a stroke. Scientologists also believe in a very specific detox treatment that is used to clear any of these potentially dangerous drugs out of your system. This treatment is known as purification rundown, and it consists of spending hours a day in a sauna alongside consistent exercise and a diet that consists of a bunch of different vitamins, including over 300 times the recommended dose of niacin. So running back through all this information, we know that Isaac Hayes was recovering from a stroke, likely taking some form of psychotropic meds as part of his treatment. We know that everyone that was consistently present in his life at this time was a Scientologist. We know that Scientology hates psychotropic medication and avoids them at all costs. We know their treatment to flush these terrible drugs out of your system involves lots of time spent in a sauna and exercise. And we know that Isaac Hayes was found dead next to a running treadmill. Now, some may look at this information and put pieces of this puzzle together and say things like, Scientology killed Isaac Hayes, or they're monsters who tarnished his legacy and took advantage of him at his lowest moment because they couldn't stand the fact that he was friends with the people who had criticized them, or even they did all of this while actively forcing him to take part in a dangerous pseudoscience treatment that would eventually be the cause of his untimely death. You know, I personally wouldn't make any accusations like that, but some might. You know, despite all the darkness we've talked about today, I think we can all rest assured that the only trajectory for Scientology from here is down. And if it weren't for South Park back in 2005, that might not be the case. So now, hopefully you all have a better understanding of that time that South Park took down an entire religion. Oh yeah, and don't forget to check out our wonderful sponsor, War Thunder. You can check them out on PC, PlayStation, or Xbox. Use my link in the pinned comment or the video description to register. Remember, if you're new or you haven't played in 6 months, you'll get that massive bonus pack that includes premium vehicles and a bunch of other cool stuff, so go click my link in the description and get started now.
See, I didn't realize it was going to be that damn short. Went to the bathroom. Sorry. All right, so next, real quick, I want to show you guys the infiltration of the audit, so to speak. Oh, and how funny this is. Oh, and how funny this is.
Part 2. It's the first part. We went to Scientology's church service.
The fact that they can call that a church service blows my mind.
Scientology is able to be tax exempt because they say that what they're teaching is educational. So I was just asking some of the employees why what we were learning is educational. When I asked them, this is what they said.
I mean, it was fun, but like, there's got to be some type of benefit for us, right?
All right, so group processing. Most group processing, another term for group auditing, consists of a command or series of auditing commands called processes that direct. You know what a thetan is by now?
No.
What is life? Like, literally, what are we doing here?
So that guy just didn't answer the question. So when I asked the next guy, this is what he said.
I was wondering, there's got to be some type of benefit to it. There's a reason that we were doing it.
How do I explain this to you? Okay, so processing is another word for auditing. Okay? So L. Ron Hubbard developed a series of processes that you can do that address a whole group at the same time. And when you do that, different people will have different realizations or ideas or different, like, you know, maybe a pain will go away or, like, you know, they'll have their own experiences with that. Each person can get what they get out of it, but that's the purpose of it. So obviously, you get what you get from it as a person, okay? Does that make a little bit more sense?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, perfect. So I'm glad that we finally got an answer. That made complete sense. It's completely logical. I feel much more.
I feel like that made no sense. I feel like that actually made no sense. If you try to use Scientology's logic in a real life situation, it would never work.
Really following along, can you tell me what 2 + 2 is?
How do I explain this to you? So, 2 is just another way of saying 2. And in mathematics, we've developed a series of processes in order to answer this problem.
Okay, yeah. That makes sense.
Perfect. And you can use what you now know here through the process of addition, and that'll give you your answer. It's very easy.
Oh, okay. So what's the answer then?
Before you can really understand this problem here, you need to understand what this word means. Have you bought your dictionary yet? It's only $25.
No, I don't have any cash on me.
Ah, that's fine. I take card too.
I actually don't even think I brought my wallet with me.
Well, you need this book, so just have your friend pay for you.
What do you mean? I'm the only person in this classroom!
Well, then what about Apple Pay?
Oh, no, I'm Team Android.
We can also exchange it for Bitcoin.
There's really no way that I can pay for your book right now.
All right, let's just move on then. So 2 is the natural number following 1 and preceding 3.
Listen, I don't care. I just want to know what the answer is.
Okay, clearly you're not realizing anything here, so I drew you this graph to help you better understand.
No, I don't want to see any bar charts.
Then how about this pie chart?
No pie charts!
Well, then maybe this line graph will help you.
Okay, look, I don't get it. You're talking about a lot of things that go over my head, and I just don't understand. All I want to know is what 2 + 2 is. Like, what's the answer?
Look, I see that you don't get it, and that's fine. That's the great thing about math. It's different per person. You get what you get!
Well, that's it. I give up. I tried.
That's gonna be $2,500.
And that is Scientology in real life. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. That's the answer. Scientology doesn't work. But dude, that's how they get you to believe in things like Xenu, because this is their logic. Basically, we told them we were broke. So they said they would let us do our first auditing session for free. The next day comes, I had to do an interview to see if I was mentally ready for my audit.
Are you attempting to investigate Scientology?
No.
Do you have any sort of investigatory, like, frame of mind, journalist, anything like that?
I don't think so.
Do you have anyone in your family who's connected to, like, any media or government, police, intelligence organizations?
No.
So maybe the CIA, FBI, MI6, Mossad.
Really? They were just interrogating me. That's all it was. It wasn't an interview, it was an interrogation. That's what it was.
Do you have anybody in your life who doesn't like Scientology or doesn't like the fact that you're here or might object to it?
Maybe my parents.
Do they know that you've come into a Church of Scientology?
Yeah.
Obviously, we don't want to have a situation where your parents are, like, creating trouble for you. Have you watched or read or seen any, like, bad media about Scientology?
No.
So, I'm not going to sit here and I don't want to encourage you to go look at things, but I will say that the only accurate information you're going to receive about Scientology, in my experience, because I have been subjected to many, many, many things, having been working in this office for about 10 years now. The only accurate information you're going to receive about Scientology is by being in a Scientology church and doing Scientology auditing.
So you think it wouldn't be a good idea for me to like Google Scientology?
No. Just to be real with you.
After they found out I was mentally ready, I had to go in for my second interview. interrogation.
Let's do this. So yeah, just hold it and then you can put it in your lap. This is the emitter, right? So basically, there's a needle. Your thought of actual mass, and they get registered on the meter. This was found by L. Ron Hubbard. Current going through your body actually does things impinges on it, and the current changes.
When the electricity goes through your body, it takes your thought and it moves the needle. You want to know how it actually works, Michael? When you squeeze the cans, it moves the needle.
There's no way.
But first we had to calibrate the machines.
I'm gonna have you squeeze the cans very gently and then relax it to the position where you started. So squeeze the cans, please. Thank you. Now let's do it much more gently, like very, very light. Squeeze the cans, please. Squeeze the cans, please. Squeeze the cans, please. A little more gentle. Squeeze the cans, please. Good. We're gonna do something called a pinch test. I'm gonna pinch your arm. Look at the needle, okay?
Okay.
So it didn't move when he pinched my arm. I waited like 4 seconds and I was like, the joke's getting old, so I squeezed the cans just to play along with his game, and then the needle went up.
See that?
Oh yeah, it went up.
Good.
And then it gets even worse because he gives it away again.
You didn't squeeze it, right? You just
No.
stop.
Yeah.
And then it moves.
Yeah.
You see that?
You just gave away the answer to your trick. Like, you're the worst magician ever.
Now we're gonna do an interview. These are questions to make an auditing program for you, so we know what areas to address. Good. Do you have any concerns in life which you would like to remedy?
Yeah, so my friend and I, we found a guy on Craigslist, and he said he would give us $10 if we blew him. So me and my friend, it was actually 3 of us. We all 3 went in and we blew him. And
what's that?
you tell him, yeah. Okay, cool, perfect. We blew him, and the worst part is he didn't even give us the $10.
Wait, can we have the 10 bucks, please?
What do you mean by blue?
We put it out on Craigslist, like, hey, we just want to blow someone, and so they're like, hey, just give us $10. It's like, okay. So we blew him. We did it at Venice Beach.
Okay. And what do you mean by blow?
You know what, like, blowing means, right?
Okay. I understand.
Mm-hmm. But I'm not gay, though. So.
Good.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Okay. Thank you for telling me. Okay, good. Are you attempting to investigate Scientology?
Do I look like someone that would investigate Scientology?
I don't think so, personally. Okay, cool. Have you come across any data unfavorable towards Scientology from the internet, news, TV, or any other sources?
Not yet. Like, what do you guys recommend? Like, should I research it and, like...
Definitely not.
Uh-huh.
It's the worst thing you could do.
It's the worst thing?
Especially in Scientology.
You don't think it's good to sometimes look at the negatives just to see, like, what their mindset is?
Yeah, we usually only deal with truths, which is only found when you observe it for yourself, rather than reading someone else's thoughts. Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
Sounds good.
Sure. All right. Now, do you have any books? Do you have the Dianetics book?
Not yet. My friend has my wallet in his car.
Is there a way we can purchase a book from like Apple Pay?
I can just get a book next time also if...
I would like to just get it now because I want you to start reading it. So we're trying to get a Dianetics book.
We don't have Apple Pay.
So we're trying to get a Dianetics book. Well, if not, I guess tomorrow. I'm gonna be texting you, but I would like you to come in tomorrow so you can get Dianetics.
So are we done today then, or?
We're done for today.
The next day comes, and it's finally time for my audit.
She's now auditing somebody else.
Of course, I don't get my audit yet. I haven't paid them any money yet.
I want you to get the book.
I am not about to give this church any money. Instead, I just try to make them feel bad about it and test their morals.
How much do you have today?
I only have like $100 left for this month, so if I do get this book, I'm gonna have to sacrifice it for food. So, you know if there's any maybe cheaper people that might have bought the book that don't want it anymore, that are selling it secondhand on Amazon?
I don't think so. But we should maybe at least get you the book.
I saw there's a Scientology YouTube page.
Yeah, I wouldn't go to YouTube.
There's a whole Scientology YouTube page though, isn't there? It's like Scientology's the one that created it.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, you don't trust the internet?
No. Scientology.org is the only official site.
And everything else is fake news.
It's fake.
It's all fake.
It's all fake. So you don't have it with you right now? You don't have anything with you right now?
No.
I'd like to get this book.
No, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Okay, you need to bring like $25 and I want to get that book for you.
Because I asked them about YouTube, I think they were afraid I was gonna like research about Scientology. They wanted to show me another one of their propaganda videos about the dangers of the media.
So there is no good press. There is only bad press about everything.
Look at this innocent guy. He just wanted to pick up a newspaper to read a little bit more about what's going on. What do you think's gonna happen to him? Boom! Guys running with guns. Boom! They're aiming it at him. Go read the newspaper or this could be you. Oh my god.
Hold up. That was the thing, if you read a newspaper, like SWAT team's gonna kick down.
Yeah, that's the propaganda. That's the propaganda of this video. It's craziness. After this, my worst fear in the entire world came true.
I mean, okay, first of all, what kind of glasses are these? I've never seen these kinds of glasses
These?
before.
Oh, I don't know. My friend and I, we just got them. We thought they looked cool.
Do they
It's
have
a style thing.
cameras
No.
Oh, I thought this was what the side one was, because I've seen
Oh,
them where they
no.
have like, sometimes they're more obvious, they have like big cameras,
Uh-huh.
but because they're shiny too, so I was like, can you like take videos?
Oh, no. And,
Super cool.
that'd be cool.
I've seen that before.
Uh-huh.
And they can like press a button and it takes like a 20-second video.
Wait, those exist?
Yeah.
They can make a camera that small?
Yeah, it's in, the person I saw who had them, it was really obvious. I mean, it wasn't like a camera, it didn't look like
Uh-huh.
a camera, but it had like circles on the.
See, he should have just left the whole conversation alone instead of keep talking about it. Because now the person, you saw the guy that walked past, he's over listening to it now.
Sides, and you literally press.
Oh, those are the Snapchat glasses.
Maybe.
They only made like 1,000 of them in the entire world or something. And they were like really rare.
See, I think that would be cool, not for Snapchat, but just in general.
Uh-huh.
Almost like the portable GoPro.
Yeah, maybe I should. That'd be cool, yeah, because then you can always have a POV.
What is that? Oh.
It's a point of view.
So she doesn't even know spy glasses exist.
Uh-huh.
That'd be legit. You
That'd be
can
cool.
invent that.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Get like tiny camera things.
Oh, we're back to them selling us this book.
Yes.
Oh, it always comes full circle.
Did you get the money for the book so you can start reading today and get ahead of your game?
Of course, we're not gonna just give up our money. We're not just gonna willingly give them money.
I'm like, I'm just here for my auditing session.
I don't know if $100 is going to be enough for me to like do this and eat. I don't know, what do you think? Should I buy the book anyways and just say screw it?
For sure.
Maybe I just won't eat for a couple of days and...
Yeah, just do noodles. But you should get the book today for sure.
Okay, I'll have to call Michael and maybe I can go to his work and... I should go all the way to his work and then pick up my wallet and come back. Okay. Sounds good.
So obviously I didn't go visit Michael at his work because I didn't want to pay them money. So a couple hours later I came back with some good news.
Great news. Incredible news.
But good news though, I did find a book on Amazon for $2.99. The same book.
No, it's not the same.
It's not the same?
No, it's
Well, it's called the same and it's by the same author. But I still need the main one.
Yeah. You need to start getting courses. Do courses. You just need to get a hold of your wallet.
We basically told these people that we were on a job search and we just haven't found a job yet.
If I were you, I would challenge myself and go and find a job tonight. Just stay out and go find a job.
Uh-huh. Well, it's not really that easy.
I tried to explain to her that that's not how easy it is to get a job. That there's more steps than just that.
Because you apply, and then, so I can go and like fill out applications tonight, and then what happens is I go and fill the application, they look at it, and if they want to interview me, I come in for an interview. If they like me, I have to come in for a second interview.
But what? Go back to these places and say, hey, I want to be your buster, just take me.
Well, I do say that.
Just go back again,
Uh-huh.
again, and again. If you decide right now, I'm gonna find a job tonight, you find it. Not have any other thought, but I'm finding a job tonight. Without the application, it takes time, remove that from your mind and just say, I'm finding a job tonight.
Okay.
And you'll find it 1,000%.
I need a job tonight. Is there any way that I can get a job here tonight?
No, we don't hire on the spot now.
See, that's not gonna work for me. I need a job tonight.
Usually just wait to get called in 1 or 2 weeks, just call the store.
So I have to wait 1 or 2 weeks?
Yeah.
I need a job by tonight.
Well, not like I could give you the job.
There's no way at all.
For me, no.
There's always something you can do. See, that's a negative thought in your brain. See, here's the thing. I'm a very experienced engineer. I'm a professional slackliner. I went to college for 4 years. I am definitely overqualified for this job.
I don't have no say or so.
You don't have any say? It's not that late yet. If maybe I can even go to their house. Do you know where they live?
No, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry, buddy.
One of these is gonna
Every
work,
single
Michael.
one of them says
gonna work.
online.
The thought that the application takes time, it's only in your brain. You can get a job in 1 day if you really put your mind to it, you know?
Oh no, that's impossible. You gotta do background check, you gotta do all that.
It's impossible to get a job in one night, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
After you do that, then you gotta talk to like the GM.
There's this thought in your mind right now that it's impossible for me to get a job tonight, and I just need you to like let go of that thought. Thanks.
All right, we'll talk to the manager.
We are not leaving until we get this job.
It's private property, and we could. So you guys.
He seriously needs a job or anything.
McDonald's.com.
We've tried this.
Online,
Okay, then you just have to wait for a call from McDonald's.
So that's the thing.
Well,
we can't wait.
We don't have any more time.
Yeah, there's a waiting period.
There's a waiting
There's
period?
a waiting period. It's like 2 or 3 weeks.
So I think you're just telling yourself that it's a waiting period. I think if you wanted to, you guys could hire me tonight.
And you come, I want to interview you, can.
So just from my experience with talking with you, I think that you have enough qualifications to interview us. So I say we just do our interview right now. Get it over
Yeah,
with.
since
I can't do that.
Since we're
I'm
here.
qualified, I'm a certified to interview you guys.
I think you're qualified. I think you're well qualified. You sound good, yeah.
You definitely think better about yourself.
Something's going wrong and we don't really know why.
Yeah.
You can get a job in one day if you really put your mind to it, you know?
Oh no, that's impossible. You gotta do background check. You gotta do all that.
We need a job tonight. Is there?
I can't get you. You gotta go already, so I'm gonna call the cops. I told you already how to do. You cannot get a job tonight. You want a job? Go sell yourself or something. You're not gonna get a job tonight here.
Do you know
the place where we
They
can
were
sell
being really
ourselves?
rude to us.
Yeah, I know, LA is rude. Like, they are rude.
So she told us to sell ourselves, and we were like, that could be an option, but I don't think that's the right thing to do. So
No way! Are you kidding?
Yeah.
Are you actually gonna do that?
are we not trying hard enough?
What I think you did was great.
Okay, so at this point, I felt like they were postponing my audit for so long that I was never gonna get this free audit unless I bought their book. But I didn't want to give them a single penny of my money unless they felt awful for it.
I just want to be completely honest with you guys. I felt really pressured to get this book.
Okay.
And I didn't have any money.
Okay.
So one of my friends, he leaves his house unlocked. I took his PS4 and took it to like the nearest pawn shop. I sold it for $150. So I have...
Does he know?
No, I haven't told him yet.
Is he gonna be happy about that?
I don't think so. He might just think that someone just came in and took it. I need money for this book. So I did what I had to do. Like, I have money for the book, though.
Is he gonna be happy though?
Oh, not at all.
Okay. It's your integrity. Like, if you wanna do it that way, fine. But I got it.
I know it wasn't the right thing, but... So I'm kind of thinking now, like, should I give the money back or should I use the money for this book? I don't know.
It's your decision. I'm not gonna make a decision for you on this.
Uh-huh.
It's you with yourself that needs to live.
Let's see what she says when I offer to give the money back.
Do you think I should just give the money back or... Because I
If
won't...
you buy the book, you buy the book.
So we came up with a moral solution.
You can keep 30 and you give him the rest of the money, but I think he should know about it for sure.
Well, I guess I'm going to go buy this book then.
Okay. What if he gets mad?
He might. I'll just say, like, it's what I had to do. Like, it's to make me a better person.
Okay, so you're sure you want to do this?
If you're okay with it.
I have no opinion of it. Obviously, it's great. I just don't want you to go in trouble because you stole something.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Here's the thing. All I want to make sure is that if he gets mad, like, it's on you. Like, I
Yeah.
can't now be responsible because you stole.
Yeah.
Good. So fill this out?
So we're going with the book?
Yeah.
Perfect. It's not my fault at all. Here, now buy this book with the money you just stole. But it's not my fault. Perfect.
Do you want me to put the rest in your account?
You can do that?
Yeah.
Is that what you recommend, or?
Yeah.
I'll just take the $5 back.
Okay.
Just in case I get hungry today.
Boom.
Dianetics.
That's blood money, Ben.
I felt pressured. I was pressured to buy the book.
She's basically telling you to do it.
But it's 100% my decision.
It's like your girlfriend.
Michael, it's 100%
It's
my
like-
decision.
You think I should give the rest of the money back then and not use it for courses for now, like while I have it at least?
It's up to you. What do you want to do? You make the decision.
Uh-huh.
Let's see if it is actually my decision. Let's see if it is my decision.
I don't know, that's why I'm
Do you want to
asking
go
you
course?
guys.
Because I can get you to a course in like 2.5 hours.
With what money? You just stole a PS4. That baby, stupid Dianetics book.
There is a seminar that you can do today. It's 2.5 hours. It's $50.
And I just go and I listen to the people talk?
No, it's actually a video. I think you should do it with Michael today.
Okay, you think I should do that as opposed to give him the money back?
As I said, it's your decision.
Now that I finally bought the book, they have finally introduced me to my auditing lady.
That's where our organization is the fastest growing religion on the planet.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's huge.
Okay, that was a common theme. Scientology is the biggest religion. You gotta join the biggest religion. You know what I mean? I'm a skeptic. I don't believe you.
We're calling you out, Armin. We're calling out your nonsense facts. we decided to double check you.
Yeah, I was kind of curious for myself how Scientology compares to other major religions, so I made a graph. This is what a graph of the major religions look like. This is the graph when you add Scientology. When you graph Scientology next to all these other big religions, it turns out you're so small you don't even take up a pixel. That's not fair. You can't get good data when you can't even see the data points.
But we decided to give you a fair shot. We wanted to get you on the graph. We wanted to get you on that map, baby. We decided to zoom out until you got 1 pixel worth of a graph. All we had to do was just zoom out.
So interesting enough, going to Scientology, going through the church, shout out to Reckless Ben, by the way, for even risking his life to go to the Church of Scientology and then film, let alone with the Snapchat glasses. Like, I'm trying to tell you. I'm pretty sure it hasn't heard of who. It's just, yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, the fact that they were even like after watching all this tonight, like, the fact that there are so many different forms of human trafficking and how this correlates to it as well with Scientology, the Church of Scientology was even doing. Like I said in the very beginning, how they, the fire in Ventura would lead to people not having nowhere to go, and then of course just be kidnapped, so to speak, allegedly by the Church of Scientology. It's crazy how many stories are probably like that all over, not just California, but all over. Like I said, a global scam on a different level. Global scam on a different level. Shout out to everybody that thought I was trolling out there too. I was not I didn't mean to scare y'all. I went to the bathroom real quick. I didn't know the video was gonna cut off that quick. I tried to just get one out real quick, but anywho, the video ended on me before I could wipe. Sorry, TMI. Anyway, yeah, but no, I didn't get cut. I didn't get cut. Thank God. Yes, they're basically salespeople. They're basically legalized salespeople that try to sell you religion. That's literally what Scientology is. Legal scammers that try to sell you religion. That's all they are, pretty much. No. I'll be going to sleep soon, though. Because we pretty much we are pretty much done for the evening with Scientology, honestly. I know some of y'all are Scientology'd out. So. Where was my thing at? Poor Isaac Hayes. Poor Isaac. See, I didn't want to. I thought about going over his, and I was like, I'm not. Not only am I not that prepared, I'm pretty much not trying to get any defamation of character when it comes to the Isaac Hayes killing, allegedly. But yes, this was fun. This was very fun. And I'm glad everyone did get educated on what Scientology was, because, like I said, it's one of those, you have to be enlightened on how the government necessarily even utilizes these particular methods to pretty much indoctrinate us underneath, the radar. Little things like this is how they indoctrinate us underneath the radar. And pretty much a lot of these practices are in a lot of our TV shows, a lot of our movies, and so on and so forth, sports and things like that. So you just have to pay attention to that, of course. That's a whole nother breakdown. It's a whole nother breakdown. Remind me of Tyson daughter, yeah. Sacrificing. The sacrificing, y'all. That's the part that they don't tell you. It's how many people Scientology actually sacrificed. The murders that they were linked to, allegedly associated with. It's only a matter of time, of course, but the church, supposedly a lot of churches are closing down. A lot of churches are closing down. A lot of celebrities are moving along. Ellen DeGeneres is moving to England with her estranged wife. We already know about Mark Zuckerberg. He's in Hawaii. I forgot who else went to Europe recently, but everybody's pretty much leaving because, you know, World War III is pretty much being announced soon. Pretty much had it up already. World War III has already began. Yeah, that's what it was. So, a day ago. Matter of fact, I'll put it up on this one. This is in Europe. World War III has officially begun. Ukraine's ex-top general says. The former commander-in-chief of the Ukraine army has a grim outlook on the state of the war. Ukraine's former military commander-in-chief Valery Zelensky said that the direct involvement of Russia's autocratic allies in its war on Ukraine means the World War III has started. I believe that in 2024 we can absolutely believe that the Third World War has begun, said Zelensky, who is now Ukraine's envoy to the United Kingdom. During a speech at Ukrainska Pravda's UP 100 award ceremony. Because in 2024 Ukraine is no longer facing Russia, soldiers from North Korea are standing in front of Ukraine. Let's be honest, already in Ukraine, the Iranian Shahidis are killing civilians absolutely openly without any shame, said Zelensky, adding that North Korea and Chinese weapons are flying into Ukraine right now. So Zelensky urged Ukraine's allies to draw the right conclusions. It is still possible to stop it here on the territory of Ukraine, but for some reason our partners do not want to understand this. It is obvious that Ukraine already has too many enemies. Ukraine will survive with technology, but it is not clear whether it can win with this battle alone, he said. Zelensky's speech at the ceremony is in line with this grim outlook of the war. In similar comments in his essay for The Economist last year, the infuriated Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky compared the state of conflict to a stalemate like World War I. Zelensky fired Zelensky in February after rising tensions between the two on how the war in Ukraine should be fought, as well as Zelensky's growing popularity, which made him a potential political threat. Zelensky has credited for successfully halting and pushing back Russia's initial attack launched on February 24th, 2022, which was later tarnished by the failure of last year's counteroffensive. His role was taken over by General Oleg Syrsky, who is seen as closer to the president. So, a lot of people seem to believe that World War III has pretty much begun. This is News 18. Has World War III begun? This is all a day ago. This is all within a day. Everyone's saying that World War III has pretty much started. Biden confirms World War III has started. It's a time to pray, everybody. It's time to pray right now. That's the main basis of why I'm doing these videos right now, to make sure a lot of people are more informed on everything that's going on out there. I want everybody to know what is going on and not, the half-ass truth of things. I was going to do a late night watch party for Kendrick Lamar's new album, but I think I'll just I might do a special of that tonight. Tomorrow night, I should say. I might do a special of that tomorrow night, or even Sunday afternoon if we're not doing anything. If I don't have any news Sunday afternoon, we'll just chill and just listen to Kendrick Lamar's album on Twitch. How about that? And I'll do a full breakdown and review of it, because I want to go over the lyrics as well, if no one else does. So tonight was fun. Kimba Official, what's going on? What's going on? Tonight was very fun. Tonight was very fun. Your religion scares me. My son was in a cult in California. He unlocked. Oh my God. He unlined himself to see God. My condolences, Medusa. My condolences. My condolences. Oh my God. I don't want to end it on a sad note. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm very sorry to hear that. That's kind of crazy right there. That is kind of crazy right there. And he said you unallowed himself to see God. World War III jumping off. Hey, chat and chill. Baby Juju, what's going on? You catching us at the very end. You catching us at the very end, Juju. But I already know, Juju, you replay gang anyway. Eros 120, what's going on? Is Trump the Antichrist they said would be put into power to signal Armageddon? Yes, absolutely he is. If you watch Left Behind, yes, you definitely know what I'm talking about there. Definitely is going to be set to be the Antichrist. That's who we're supposed to be going to be following into the Great Depression. That's who we're going to be following into the Great Depression. But yeah, shit is hitting the fan fast. Shit is hitting the fan, and I mean very, very fast. But I'm going to take my ass to sleep soon. I have one more day of work. I hate going to work all 5 days of the week. I'm trying to make it so I don't have to do this so much. And I'm posting more and more videos. I'll be posting clips all weekend. That's another reason why I'm saying Sunday afternoon we're not doing anything, because I need to post the clips from when I was banned that I wasn't able to do. Like, I need to put out Justin Bieber's breakdown video from the Yummy video. I need to do a lot of the clips from the other lives that some of you guys have missed from the YouTube. I need to put all those clips out on YouTube so that everybody, can catch up. Scientology, things like that. I need to get everybody caught up on everything. We miss you too, baby Juju. We miss you too. Colt convinced my cousin to stay locked in church during first week of COVID. My aunt died as soon as she came home and gave it to her. Thankful for my personal sanity. Yes, keep yourself aligned with God. Stay focused. It's imperative you do that. It's imperative you stay with your peace. That's definitely one thing that they're trying to distract us from and block us from, is through negativity, the distractions that form the energy of negativity. They definitely want that. It's a war going on outside. Nobody's safe from. It's a spiritual war, of course. So that spiritual war, you have to keep yourself aligned in peace with God. So definitely shout out to you for that one. See, that is. Oh, yes, definitely is Medusa. Definitely is Medusa. Has anyone heard of Isaac Cappy? No. I was watching when they abruptly turned you off in the middle of your life. Yes. So pretty much I had got banned because of watching the Quincy video. It was just metadata. The crazy thing is it's just metadata. That's all it said was the copyright was metadata. It didn't have Quincy's name on it or nothing. So I knew there was something where they pretty much were watching people that were looking at that ad. Quincy set people up with that shit, because even I think Tisa Tells had got shut down in the middle of her live at one point. Academics had got shut down in the middle of his live while he was watching that shit. Like, they was pretty much just setting people up. So I understand that shit. I pretty much understand that shit. But yes, I will be back here, like I said, late Sunday afternoon. I'm going to say that late Sunday afternoon, early evening. And we'll probably go over to Kendrick Lamar joint. I'm already looking to Isaac Copy. It's fascinating. Yes, who's that? That way I don't forget. I just want to make sure. Okay, so Isaac Copy was an American actor. He had roles in film, films with Thor, television. Okay, so he's 42. Before his death, posted a message on Instagram. Oh, what did he post? What did he post? Can you see it still? No. They took it down. Okay, so I hope that the people of the world can utilize my folly in a positive light, that you will all may use my mistakes as an example for my personal growth. The lesson has come too late for me, but perhaps it can inspire you, he said. That's crazy. That's crazy. It's always, you know, it's always very, it's crazy to me with how cryptic those messages are, especially right before a person dies, if they actually know that they're about to die. So, of course, the last week through introspection that should have happened many years ago, I have come to some stark revelations about my career. It is a testament to my utter ignorance that these revelations has not come sooner. You see, I believe myself to be a good guy. I have not been a good guy. In fact, I have been a pretty bad guy throughout my life. So maybe he knew something as well about the elites that he couldn't necessarily tell or say. That's what that pretty much says to me, that he knew something. Because they're saying commit suicide, of course, and majority of the time when you hear about these suicides in Hollywood, you already know it's because they actually knew something that they weren't supposed to. And with a cryptic message like that, that tells me this man was too intelligent to even want to commit suicide. This tells me that this man just found out some information, and he knew that there was going to be some people that were going to be after him to get rid of him and remove him. So based upon that, he decided to blow out that cryptic message as, you know, a final farewell to say, hey, I know they're coming for me, and I can't necessarily say or explain how, because I'm going to get sued or my family's going to get sued, and I don't necessarily want my family to be involved in, you know, my murder because I know information. So I'll just leave this message here, and of course this will be my final farewell. That's what it sounds like to me right there. Tom Hanks is connected to Isaac Cappy. Ironically, someone that we were looking at last night with Angels and Demons. So again, like I said, just finding, and he's a film actor as well, so I'm seeing myself, like I said, just finding out the different information. Yes, I definitely believe that as well, Kimberly Official, that they removed him as well. He was a whistleblower on ex-trafficking who was murdered. See what I'm saying? Found it, and that's the thing. That's just me having, you know, just by reading that cryptic message, he knew information, and then lo and behold, we have it. I didn't even look that up just yet. But he was a whistleblower on trafficking. See? I hate the fact that when we know information on that, we become targets to people. I hate that. Which is one of the main reasons I need to, like I said, just pack it up right now and go to bed before, you know, so I can have some help to combat these same people that might be after me even. But come and get me. Once again, rest in peace and condolences to your son, Medusa. Very sad there. So I definitely send my prayers out to you. If you ever need anything, just let us know at the chat at Live from the Spot Podcast, and we'll be sure to hook you up. Adrenochrome Suppliers, whistleblower. See what I'm saying? This guy knew a lot. Isaac Cappy. This guy knew a lot. The claim that he jumped off of an overpass and the truck killed him. Yeah, right. See what I'm saying? A guy's going to write that type of message and then do something like that to kill himself? Doesn't even sound right there. But anywho. Tonight was fun. I wish I could go through the whole chat, but shout out to everybody that's up in here. Fury B, the homie, Kimber Official, Medusa, Baby Juju, Eros 120. What had happened was, who else is up in here? I'm trying to see who else is up in here. I might have to go through the jump. I know Fury B hooked me up last time, so I know he wasn't in here, so let me make sure I try to at least, you know what I'm saying, see what's going on. I'm gonna try to see who else is up in here this evening. 3D, shout out to the homie 3D, Mean Gene. Oh, see, now I can't even go that far up in my own chat. I can't even go that far up in my own chat. Shout out to Look Up. Trying to think, how else can I see? Oh, okay. Never mind. Oh, never mind. Yeah, I can't even see my other chat there. Anyway, okay. Well, see, that's what happens when you got the multi-stream up. When you got the multi-stream up, I can't necessarily see everybody at one time like I would like to, but like I said, I love you all. Thank you guys for tuning in as always. And we'll be sure to do this again over the weekend.
These are the times.
Yes, they are.
Okay? These are the times we will all remember.
Till next time, y'all.
Were you there?
Mm-hmm.
What did you do?
Mm-hmm.
I think you know that I am there for you.
Mm-hmm.
And I do care so very, very, very much.
Peace.
So what do you say? We need to clean this place up? Huh? Because we're counting on you.
Yeah, what? ATL, Harlem World, ATL, Harlem World, ATL, 112, Harlem World, 112, 112, Harlem World, 112, Harlem World, ATL, 112, Harlem World, ATL. Yeah, kids, we don't stop, we won't stop, we don't stop. Come on,
baby, whenever I'm with you, no one else exists but you. 'Cause you're the one for me. Every time that we're apart, you're always in my heart, and there you'll always be. What it is you really do.
Bullshit.